Yo, 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 yo. What's up, man? What it is, what it ain't. Welcome back to Epic Gaming Studios 23, man. We are live and outside gaming. It is me, your host, Mr. Epic, back with another video. Yeah, we just back with another video, man. Hey, so I got tired of playing video games for now. You know, um, I'm I'm constantly looking for new things to do on my channel and new things to bring to you guys. And today, I just settled down and I was like, man, I'm finna do a simple. Let's go. Let's do a tattoo reaction video. Let's go over some of these videos on YouTube and give our honest reactions to them. You feel me? So I'm just gonna be sitting down streaming different type of clips on YouTube and just going over different type of tattoo equipment, different type of inks, different type of needles, different type of cartridges, depth and tattoos, different type of styles you can use to do tattoos, and basically just refresh myself with the game of tattooing. You feel me? Like get myself familiar with the game of tattooing because this is what my passion is. This is what I would like to do. This is something I would like to do to make money, something I would like to do as a hobby, something I would like to do as fun on other people. I enjoy drawing, I enjoy art, I enjoy anything that got anything to do with art, bro. And I'm trying to get in the world of tattooing. I'm trying to become a tattoo artist. I was looking at a video yesterday. The guy was like, man, what better day to start than to start now, right now, in the middle of the hot ass summer, you feel me? And what better way to start than to start now, you feel me? What's stopping me? You feel me? What's stopping me? Other than the vlogs, you feel me? What else is stopping me? So, right now I'm just going over different, machines I can be using and stuff like that. So, I was on Facebook. Facebook seemed kind of interesting today. It's a lot going on Facebook. But the fact I was looking at this one video, girl got like 6.1K views, and I was looking at it when she was live, and I was like, bro, I'm not finna watch it. But then after she went live like an hour ago, she got 6.1K views talking about fighting. I was like, bro, it's not worth it. It's most definitely not worth it. It's not worth your freedom. It's not worth any other extra drama that's gonna come behind it. It's not worth any of it. You feel me? Like just nip it in the bud, kill it, and keep it going. Be the biggest person and just move on, bro. If they ain't physically bringing harm to you or your family or your kids or anything like that, fuck them. It is what it is. You feel me? You got better things out here in the world to worry about than putting my hands. I'm gonna have to deal with the backlash of your people being mad about me beating your ass, tearing your ass out the frame and shit like that. I'm gonna have to deal with your people. I'm gonna have to deal with that. And it's just gonna go. It's gonna be bigger than what it really is. After 6.1K views in under an hour, and it's still collecting views, bro. Yeah, it's not worth it, bro. It's just too much involved. Now you got the police involved. You got Facebook police involved. You got all this other stuff. So I'm just here with the peace, giving y'all tattoo videos because I like to be peaceful. I don't like to be all the other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, man. And I posted a vid yesterday, bro, and I got some unexpected attention from an ex, bro. I got some unexpected attention. I didn't expect her to review my video, and I was like, dang, bro, how was my hair? How was my hair? You the only person that don't follow me that viewed it, and you only viewed one. I was like, what the fuck? Like, all I did was post some Popeye's chicken. Like, hey, it is what it is, bro. I just know, like, I just know personally, like, in the future coming up, she is gonna be some girls that gonna want to spin the block. So I'm gonna make it my goal to make them want to spin the block. You feel me? And in the come up futures, I get my first apartment tomorrow. Thank God for that. Get to check that out tomorrow. Now I'm just working on a job and getting that situated so I can get really situated. But hey, September comes, bro. September comes with some money. With me, September brings money. September is where I actually lock in. I choose my goal. I stick to my goal and I focus directly on that goal. September is when all that happened. And also, I'm finna try to lock in with this day labor thing and just go every single fucking day. You feel me? Until I stack my funds up and yeah, saving it, bro. I'm gonna try to go every day until I stack my funds up. But I gotta get this situated tomorrow, and that's gonna be starting next week. I'm gonna try to make it my goal to go up there every single day, bro. Cause I need the money, and I also need a real employment. I need a real job. But to that comes, bro, we just praying and hoping God come through. We knowing God gonna come through, cause He always come through. And to that comes, bro, we just gonna go over these reviews, man. Let's get to it, bro.
Machine hit while I'm tattooing. If I'm on a fleshier area and I don't want to increase my stroke, there's a couple things I can do to make my machine hit harder. The first thing is this magnetic anti-gravity switch. So over to the right is on and over to the left is off. And what this is doing is basically fighting the tension of the membrane in the cartridge, so then that way your machine is hitting harder, or if it's off, then it's just working with the tension that the membrane will give. But also there are a couple modes here inside of the software of this machine. You can see this says stable, and there are 7 different modes: stable, and then you can go to sharp, or you can go to soft, and there's 3 of each. So there's soft 1, 2, and 3, and soft 1, or I'm sorry, and sharp 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to show you the difference here. So we'll have the anti-gravity off, and we'll start with sharp 3 at 120 hertz. And I'll put my finger here, you can hear the sound. There's not much of any type of give there, but if we go to soft 3, you can tell that the machine has feedback there. So if you are working on a more delicate area or something like that, you're able to adjust that without adjusting your speed. If you want to be hitting the skin in the same frequency, so that's what the hertz is how many times you're hitting the skin. That's not power, that's how frequent you're hitting the skin. You can change the softness, or you can change the way the anti-gravity is working with the cartridge. So this is really nice because this is more so a feature that I like from coil machines, is you're able to change your voltage and it's changing how hard it's hitting, opposed to a rotary. When you change your voltage, what it's doing is it's changing how fast the motor is running. And a lot of people will crank their rotaries up thinking it's going to hit harder, but in actuality it's just hitting the skin a ton more times, and it could do a lot more damage. So with this soft and sharp feature, you're able to hit the skin with the same type of frequency, but you're able to adjust how hard you're hitting. So if that made sense, I'm glad. If you didn't understand that, comment and I will make a video expanding on that. So between the stroke adjustment, the sharp and soft, and the anti-gravity switch, this really is one of the most versatile machines on the market, and you're really able to accomplish any type of hit that you would like with this machine. So having that many choices and trying to figure out how you want to start out with this machine definitely can be overwhelming. So let me help you a little bit. First, I would start out with picking your stroke. Like I said earlier, I like 4.2, so let's start there. With the anti-gravity, I'm just having it off because I'm not entirely sure how that's going to react yet. And then with the sharp and soft, I'm just keeping it at stable. So this is basically right now running as my Avenger 2 Pro would at the 4.2 millimeter stroke. So I know how this feels. It's not something like, whoa, what is this doing? If you want this to hit a little bit harder, first turn on the anti-gravity. If you still want it to hit harder, you can go up to sharp 1, 2, or 3 and move on from there. And same thing if you want to work backwards. If 4.2 is, you want the 4.2, but you want it to hit a little bit softer, after you're at the stable, you just go backwards to soft 1, 2, or 3. So I feel like trying to digest all of that and then figure out where you should start at could be a little challenging, so hopefully that helped. Another feature within the menu is the preset menu. You just hold the middle button down for 2 seconds to cycle through preset. Another thing I learned is there is no shut off for this. This is an auto shut off after 2 minutes, I believe. If you just hold this button down, you'll end up going to the menu to cycle through some more options, and that's not going to work. Speaking of start and stop, I have that off. It's something that I don't really want on my machine, but if you want, you are able to tattoo with this and then have the machine running and just put it down, and the machine will shut off after, I think it's like 15 or 30 seconds. And then you can pick it back up and it'll automatically start back up. I think it's a really cool feature, but for me, I just rather turn it on and off. So let's take this grip off and see what's under the hood. You got your battery under here, which you are able to switch out, but you do need an Allen key, which I think it would be a lot better if this was just a quick swap. If your battery dies, you're able to take the grip off and just swap out the battery instead of having to use this, but it is what it is. I did have to charge it one time while I was tattooing. I just didn't remember to charge it and it died in the middle of the tattoo. It is a very quick charge. You plug in the USB-C, you go take 15 minutes, and it's basically like half charged by then. Inside of here, I'll show you what it looks like. That's inside of the grip. There's the plunger. I do wish there was disposable grips available. That would be awesome. Maybe that's something that's coming down the line.
Yeah. Vlad Bald Ultron 4 Pro. No disposable grips, and yeah, man. I don't know, they sent him that, but I guess it was just a prototype. Not a prototype, but just something for him, just so he can have the review. But so far, I'm getting a very complex machine. It's giving very complex machine. It's giving very, not for beginners. It's giving very complex. It's giving like, yeah, I like the machines like where you can actually see the dial tones on your voltage in your watts, and you can turn it on up and down and stuff like that. For the top of it to have all that extra that it has on it, like it has like knobs on the top for you to adjust, and you have the buttons you have to remember. And people, like, if you're not going to be using this every single day, then you are going to easily forget all those settings and all the other stuff if you're not familiar with the Vlad blades or the Ultron Pros and stuff like that. So I'm not familiar with it. I'm just learning. It seemed like a pretty good machine. It's just very complex. I want to see how it works, how it drops down ink, how it displays ink into the skin. I want to see all that. So let's see what he got.
But they do not have those.
Downy Unstoppables with odor blocker to keep you fresh all day. Just toss, wash, and wow. Downy Unstoppables with odor blocker for all day freshness. Smell unstoppable.
Use Kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I like to do things myself.
I like smelling good, bro. What the fuck?
No machine is better than me.
Negro.
Kayak. Search one and done.
All I gotta say is
Keep your favorite moments alive with Amazon Photos. Enjoy effortless search. Monday's multi-award-winning routine for Face Plus Hair.
Get that right on up. I'm like, what?
No matter your hair.
Now, I did see a lot of comments about the thickness of this grip and also the off-center cartridge hole, so I'd like to address that now. If you do have really skinny hands, you aren't going to really like this grip. It is very thick, and I understand why it has to be thick. The battery's in there, the plunger's in there. I get it. But for some people, this is going to be a deal breaker because
most tattoo machines are that bulky, bro. Like, they want their machines to be that bulky for some reason. Like, when you put the tape on it, when you put your wrap on it, after that, it's going to even bulk up even more. So I personally don't like bulky tattoo machines, but I'm just something I have to get used to. So I haven't been in the game that long so hey, don't take my advice, I'm taking theirs.
Thick. I would say average sized hands, and it's good for me. I don't put any paper towel around this. I just put a couple layers of grip tape so it's a little bit more comfortable and it's not just on metal, but that's just for me. The off-center cartridge hole I really like. I was skeptical about how that would be, but I feel like it's more natural. Like I'm like writing or drawing with a pen or a marker, to where my
I actually see when you put that grip tape on how steady and control you'll have over that machine. How much control you have over that machine, just because you have that little off center. You got that little place to put your finger at. You got a finger to guide you and stuff like that. And I like that. I like that position of that hole. It's in a perfect spot. I'm pretty sure they did some type of science behind it and put it in the perfect spot, bro. They just didn't do a hole on there in any spot. That had to be the most logical spot. And I also done seen somebody go to somebody and pay them to make them a unique tattoo machine just for them. You feel me? Different from all the other ones in the industry. So it ain't no telling who their inventors are. So that was smart.
Fingers could rest up here opposed to back here, especially when you're color packing and shading. This is really nice to have a more relaxed hand. All right, wrapping this thing up. I've seen a few ways that people do it. This is just the way I do it. It's not considered better. It's just the way I do it. So I take a clipcord cover, which barely fits around the grip, and I'll put it up to the ring. Once it is up to there, I'll pull, so in that way it is tight around the top, and I'll tape that in place. So in that way I can get my grip tape. And so once that's taped in place, I get my grip tape. And I'm not, usually when I'm doing my flex tape, it's more so to thicken the grip. And I usually put a paper towel under it, so in that way there's more thickness for me to grab onto. In this case, I'm literally just putting a couple rounds of this on so it keeps the plastic on. And also it just adds a little bit of comfort, so I'm not just grabbing metal. And it's thick enough for me, and then I pop a hole right in the center. And then I take and cut this excess. So now the grip and the ring are separate. I usually kind of bring this down a little bit so I don't accidentally tape to it. I'll take a piece of tape and go right around the ring. So in that way the ring is covered, but still accessible. And before I tape it to itself, I'll fold the edge over so it's easier to break down later. So now the grip, I'll kind of bring the grip back up over. So now that's all covered. I'm able to move this independently from the grip, and that's all wrapped up. Now for the top, I'm gonna use some of this stuff here. I'm blanking on what the name of this is.
See, that's a lot.
So this is how I'm currently wrapping this machine. It's not pretty, but I know that this is what works. Everything that I'm touching is wrapped, the buttons, the grip, and this ring. If you want to be able to toggle the anti-gravity and the stroke, then you can just put a machine bag over top of this and you can touch that through the bag. I know I'm not messing with this, and I know I'm not messing with this. So everything I'm touching is covered, and that works for me. So the question is, how did this machine perform, and should you buy it? My experience, everything that I threw at this, it did well at. I have been using coils to line with, so even though this is a very good liner for a pen style rotary kind of machine, I still prefer coils. If you are trying to stick with just cartridges and you want a rotary pen style machine for lining, you can't go wrong with this. It's a really powerful machine. You're really able to manipulate this in whatever way you want to be able to hit harder or softer. So lining, this is as good as you're gonna get with a rotary. For shading and color packing, this thing is a beast. It works really, really well. You can go from soft black and gray, stipple shading, color packing, whatever you want, this can do it. I really did enjoy using this machine. It does take a little bit to kind of get used to, maybe like an hour of me tattooing with this, and I was like, oh, okay, I get how to hold this. But it is a little bit different, and it is expensive. So if you're a beginner, you don't need this machine. It's not like you're not gonna be able to tattoo without this. I started tattooing with like a $12 Amazon tattoo machine. expensive equipment doesn't mean you're going to be good at tattooing. If you're a bad tattooer, buying a good machine isn't going to make you a good tattooer. Practicing tattooing is going to make you a good tattooer. So if you're, in my opinion, a full-time artist making full-time money, this machine's for you. If you can justify the purchase, it's definitely worth it. It works really well. I really like Vlad Blad for all the other machines I've tried them with. Their coils are really good if you're looking for a dedicated liner. I use, let's see, where is it? I use this from Vlad Blad for the majority of my lining. So if you're looking for a dedicated liner, these two liners from Vlad Blad are incredible. If you're looking to stay with rotary for lining, this thing's great. So if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, feel free to leave them down in the comments below. But I appreciate you guys watching the video. It's early in the morning. I can't really talk right now. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I hope that this information gave you some type of clarity. See you.
That was decent. That was decent. That was decent. Whoa. Bro.
Today, we are working on an Elden Ring sleeve. I don't know if I have any fans out there for the game. I love video games. I love them so much. I actually had to quit them 10 years ago so that I could have a life for myself. But seriously, I was just playing non-stop. So to do any of these fantasy characters, to do any of these, concepts from games, to me is just so fun. Today, we had started this piece, so you see a healed product here. I'm really thrilled with how it heals. There are a couple factors into this. Obviously, the technique with Rarel, the least amount of trauma, but also he has great skin. He's young. That factors in. That's just part of it. So we have the sides over here done. We are finishing our figure here. So we got a lot of the body done. We'll be coming into these open spots around the side. We have some negative kind of light space here to break up this darkness. And then I will be putting in some background here. We're just drawing in some flow from this crazy hair on top. And then tomorrow we'll be moving our way up here to another figure. But our goal is to get all of this done today and start transitioning into this piece. And then tomorrow, be able to
Roger really broke my chair.
Alright, so my first step today is framing out this negative space coming off of the wrist. This is like my swoosh kind of shape, showing some directional patterns, some flow. And the way I'm doing that is by shading around it. What I'm shading right now is just background. So we're going to go a little bit lighter with the background. We already kind of have this dark figure and portions of the leg here. We have a nice light source coming from the left side. So as we get farther away from the light source, it'll be darker. So I'm going to do a reverse fade, which works in my benefit because I'm just going to be flicking up and away from the negative space. And be very careful with this because I want the negative space to be really clean. And I don't want it to look messy, I want it to look intentional and sharp. It's not smoke or anything, so I'm not going to approach it loosely. So you can already see it kind of taking shape on this outer spot thanks to our just simple fade. Something I'm also keeping in mind is that the area I'm shading now is pretty like in the back. It's not in the forefront, and it's not too close to the light source. Even these legs, or this side of the leg, you know? So I'm not gonna have any negative skin in there. I'm gonna very much leave it in the background. If I had any negative in there or highlights, it's just gonna bring it forward. And I don't want that. I want this, you know, little foot here, this side of the leg. I just want that to kind of fall into the background. So the easiest way to do that is, you know, with some gray tones, removing any skin tone, and just using our shadow appropriately. So you can see I did leave this kind of like skin tone gap in between the background and the figure, just to have a little bit of a break in there. But then once I establish that, I'm going over everything. So we'll have a break, it just won't be skin tone. It'll be like a light gray compared to the background, which is a darker gray. I think it's gonna leave us just enough separation to show where the figure ends and the background begins. That's kind of the point of that. I like the tattoos to be very legible. Cool, we already see the skin tone disappearing, and this whole area is just fading into the background. We're just going to be continuing this method or this approach around the rest of the negative space. You know, I have this hair that I kind of freehanded in there with a marker. I'm just taking a really light gray tone and just kind of sketching it in so I don't lose my marker. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to leave a little gap between the background and the figure and the body. I'll do this by just brushing a light gray over the entire area of the background. Kind of just separates it from me. I'm like, alright, cool, that's the background. Just one tone, you know, I'm not creating a fade at this point. And then once I get it in there, remind myself where the light source is, kind of top left. And if it's top left, I'm going to flick from bottom right and just fade it out. I am keeping in mind that part of the tattoo is healed. And you know, once tattoos heal, they're a little bit lighter. So if my fresh ink is looking a little darker or high contrast compared to my healed stuff, that's to be expected. But you also want to factor it in, right? Because when this heals, it's just going to be a touch lighter, like my healed body. And why I'm saying that is because I want to make sure I don't go too light. But having these second sessions or the second pass, it's also a great opportunity to put the blacks back in, right? We have some black in the body. You know, whenever black heals, we always lose a little bit of pigment. That's normal. This is our skin. So if I kind of come across an area that I know is black, like on this belt line, I will definitely reinsert it. Why not, right? We're already here. And it will just make it that much darker when it heals again. So it's like a second chance at really getting solid black in there. And you guys have seen me do this before. Typically I'll do it at the end of the sleeve. I'll check the whole thing and make sure all the blacks are at a good depth where they're supposed to be. I know some artists that make a mandatory session to be able to do just that. Mine's more of a recommended session. But it's great for just like redefining some stuff, building your scale up a little bit, because whenever it heals it always looks a little more flat than when it was fresh, right? Makes it a lot more legible, having the dark points more crisp. You know, just in case you know, like the binding piece kind of fell out. And it gives us more range in our pieces with our grayscale. So you might see me doing this throughout the piece today. Just hitting the blacks again. We're making our way up the back side, and then we're going to move forward. You know, I just finished working on this part of the body. All this is very dark. Even this sword back here is going to end up being very dark. So we have this hair, this light hair here, which is like the perfect place for it because it's a light hair. And the reason I say it's the perfect place for it is because it's surrounded by darkness. So it's really going to pop. So the way that I'm going to be like attacking this hair is, as you can see over here, I already kind of started.
That's a lot.
By making this nice dark border. It's a very similar approach to the negative space we did at the bottom of the wrist.
That's
so
an
find
awful lot.
my dark spots, you know, over here, that are surrounding the hair. And what this is going to do is it's going to sculpt the outside of the hair. So like the overall shape, the silhouette of the hair. So we're going to get our dark spots in. And then once we have that, it's going to really show us the negative skin that the hair is made up of currently. And then we're going to come in with a light gray just to add some details into the hair so it's not so flat. So I'm getting this darkness in, and I'm just stopping on the line of the hair, creating these like spike shapes. I'm just using my 3RL standard, my 12, to fill it in dark. Typically always use the standard when I have to do darker shades. You know, it produces a thicker dot than like the bug pins. Therefore, it's easier to get things darker. Especially in this ditch area here, we don't want to do too much trauma to the skin. So now that I have those shadows in there, for me it's very easy to see the hair. So I'm going to dip into my 50%. I'm going to start to create some depth in this hair. This could even be a time where you could use, you know, an 083 or something a little tighter. Now that we don't need it to be as dark. And that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to use an 083. Which is going to produce smaller dots. It's going to make it a little easier to keep it light. And with this, I'm just kind of having fun. I'm trying to find some like natural flow in the hair, and I'm just continuing the shade up. So like you can see, you know, this piece of hair is kind of washing up. So I'm just following that with the shade. You know, down here it curls downward. Snap circle, so I'm just following that. And then these curl up, right? So then my shades are gonna curl up. And these hair particles are a little behind, so I just go over the whole thing to push them in the back a little. So you can see anything I'm putting a shade in pushes it in the back, and anything I'm leaving skin tone leaves it in the forefront. So I'll show you by putting this shade in here. I push this follicle behind, and then it brings forth this negative space. It almost looks like a hair in front now, you know. And if I want to exaggerate that more, I'll just do a big shade over all my hairs that are pushed back, and it creates an even more prominent forefront hair in the negative. So I'm going to repeat these patterns throughout the hair with the light gray. And it's just going to make it look more detailed. It'll make it look...
What would you say to somebody that hasn't tried therapy before?
Just ask yourself if what you're doing in your life right now is working. If you have peace, if you have good relations.
Wow. Hey, Meta, remind me where I parked my car.
You're parked in lot 19A.
19A.
More impressive to the eye. Yeah, like more hair. Kind of like Fritz. I don't know if any of you guys have seen his hair, but it's pretty wild. And once you really start to get comfortable with hair, the textures, doing the method I'm showing you, it actually is pretty fun. you can kind of just make it up as you go. Or if you're doing like a portrait style, you'll have more control. Get the hair to look closer to the way it does in the picture. This being the fantasy character that it is, I get a little more leeway. So a lot of the shade and details in this piece I just get to make up. Alright. So we made great progress. We're kind of working on a different part of the sleeve, like we were working on this back end here. I'm going to be working here tomorrow, so I didn't bring it up too much. I'm going to wait until this piece is in and connect it down. I just drew on here with some markers that I got from Kingpin. I got to fill this gap. So this was just skin tone, so I'm seeing these lightning bolts. So I'm just going to make this a shade and kind of have more bolts here. Just continuing that pattern with the flow. Did a little thing on the elbow, just for fun. But as you can see here, we started connecting this sword into this. And so I'm going to be bringing this shade up just to fill the gap. Nothing too crazy, but I didn't want just negative skin there. So I'm going to be getting into it. And then got some, this is like a little faded, so I'm going to bring in some heavy blacks there. I'll show you guys just to lock in that contrast. But yeah, we're almost there. We're looking good. So, a lot of times with the background fades, I go pretty soft. At least to start. Because I'm just usually just kind of like winging it. Just feeling out the space. So I'm using the 083 just because it has a softer touch. So that way I can avoid any like overly distinguishing marks. Almost like I'm just kind of sketching. Even when you see like I wipe this away, it's not really doing much, but it's doing like just enough that I can kind of get like a little preview. You could do this with the standard 3, just to be like a little more careful that you don't press too hard. It's a little harder to press too hard with the 08. So, kind of feeling this background out here. It's just like, almost like smoke. It's more just background to create the negative space for the lightning. And since the lightning has kind of a glow effect, the way we do that is we make the center. We do that with black, right? That's a glow effect. So this here produces the ridge for the negative skin, where the white can go for the lightning. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to make the center of the shade dense, and then as it comes out, we're going to make it lighter. So the way I do that is I shade the center first. As you can see, I'm not bringing it like all the way to the green lines where I marked. I'm just getting my shade in the middle first. Alright. So that way that's going to be our darkest part. As you see me do a lot, we're going to start with our darkest part. Then we're going to come back over, and this time we're going to go from line to line of the green. And when we do that, it darkens the middle and provides a new shade further out. So it looks like dark in the middle, and then it gets a little lighter until it gets to the skin tone. And this is what's going to help us produce the...
That's a good technique right there. That is a good technique. I'm trying to remember it like that. Shade your middle part first, and then you push out towards the end to add that lighter shade towards the end, and then it keeps the middle part dark, but adds that contrast. It's a very good technique.
Then I'm going to come back into the center, probably make it even a little darker. So I'm in the center, this is our darkest part. I'm going over it a couple times, make sure you get a shade in there. And then as I move towards the outside, I'm going to cross back into the shade so that everything darkens together. It's a little wide here, so you'll see me like kind of doing half at a time. So come all the way down, back into the shade, all the way down, back into the shade. I'm going to bump up the middle, I'm going to make it more dark. Really the only way to produce a glow is with a shadow next to it, to emphasize the glow. And if you don't do that, it'll end up looking pretty flat. So we're almost going to have this center part black. So if there's light coming from the white, and it's going this way, everything touching it is going to be lighter, and as it moves farther away, it's darker, but we have the same thing here, so it's like the lights are meeting. So the darkest part is going to be the farthest away from the light, which in this case is the middle, because we have two light sources going. So we got a little bit more of a final product going here, where you guys can see the effect a little bit more on this bottom one. See, we got the center dark, nice and dark, and as it comes up to the light, that's really what's going to produce our glow effect from before the lightning. And when you see me put white in at the end, we'll get our like ultra highlight in there, and it'll look like it's glowing. Love that. So just to put some final touches on this area, I do kind of want the center of it to be a solid black. You just get a better glow effect with higher contrast, right? And what provides higher contrast than black? And I'm actually using this quadrant mag that I got from our sponsors, Kingpin. Huge shout out. You can get them there too. Use code MODEL for 20% off. Love saving money. But you can see in the center here, I'm getting this solid black, and this just looks great for what I'm trying to do over here. I want that center black. It makes it very obvious where the light is. I'm not going to overdo it. Nate is really the master of these glow effects and the neon. You can see in his pieces, like, he just uses black, uses crazy dark colors to contrast against the light ones. And this is really how we're going to achieve the effect. So I almost have it to like my liking. It's almost like you do a lot of black, and then a tight fade off, and then the light, right? I'm going to bump up some black and some of this older tattoo too, just to bring the contrast out. And I'm not packing the black. I am moving my machine like a pendulum, back and forth, up and down, like a plane.
That's what I don't get. Like, I'm seeing him doing the pigmentum movement, but I'm like, all right, so if you was just gonna focus your attention in the middle and then solid it out with black, what was the point of that? But then as you look at it, each of the lines are uniquely placed. So when it stretches, it gets lighter. So when he came in with the black, I was like, could you just start off by doing that, just the same thing? But nah, he said all of it came together to give off the effect that he needed. So it was a process that he did with the pigmentum. I can't really pronounce it, bro. I need to, but the pigmentum movement, the pigmentum movement, or whatever it is called. I gotta learn it. But yeah, when he did that, and then he came in, he said he wasn't trying to pack in black. Meaning he wasn't trying to pack in the black. He was using the pigment movement to put in the black, and it all came out to make, you know, the contrast and give that effect towards the end when you got like lighter ends and darker middle. But I see him shaded in the middle. I was like, couldn't you just bend that and then just use the pigment movement on the outside, but not. You want to be professional. You want to do slow. You feel me? So it's like that is taking up like it takes time and it takes eye. You gotta really pay attention and you gotta really lock in. You feel me? So I'm gonna get used to using that type of style, this type of style, because I'm not used to really shading at all with a tattoo machine. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I'm in my own school, my one-on-one school, taking my knowledge of what I do know, adding with knowledge to what they know, and adding to my knowledge. You feel me? That's why I'm here, and he's doing a pretty good job. I want to see what he got.
Landing and taking
I
off.
want to see him finish.
That way, it keeps the center black.
Oh,
So it
there it
doesn't
is.
create like a hard edge. So it'll fade off and go on both sides. Right? As I'm doing this, keeps our center dark. So we are done for today. It's a back-to-back session. So we're done for our first session. We're going to continue tomorrow.
Celebrate PetSmart Charities Adoption Week in partnership with Hills Pet Nutrition. PetSmart, anything for pets.
Meet the IHOP House Faves value menu. Everything's just $6. Like the breakfast faves combo, $6. French toast breakfast, $6. $6 for all this and all that. That's a lot of breakfast for $6. Weekdays at IHOP.
If you ever find yourself here,
We're gonna take care of you.
may you find our caring team of ER experts all around you. This is the human spirit at its best.
I feel like the
Things we see, we connected these two pieces. These were both done prior to today. We connected it here. You know, just continuing kind of this flow that I already saw going with the lightning. You know, just continuing shapes and the natural flow of the arm.
I was trying to see the lightning.
I just
don't see the
revisited some of
lightning.
the black in this older tattoo, just some structure points. Our main focus for today was the inner arm, which I'm thrilled with how it came out. Right now you are looking at a half healed, half fresh product. So you do see some variation in the tones.
That's nice.
We have this really cool hand reaching out. The hand was dark, so we kind of kept the background a little bit light. We have our figure nice and dark. We
Word
have
of
the,
contrast, like if you want something to appear in the front, you want to make the lines a lot wider and a lot darker. And if you want something to appear behind, you want to make the lines a lot smaller and a lot lighter. As you can see, his hand is in the front and it is very dark compared to the rest of the tattoo, even though it's healing. That's the effect he wanted to give off, I believe, but we're finna see.
this cool negative space coming up the arm, just showing like action and movement, which I love, especially with this figure. This is an action pose, so I like to put, you know, action like movement in there. It's busy, it's fun, it's exactly what I want it to be for this character. And then tomorrow we're going to be accomplishing and moving into the inner arm to tie the whole sleeve together. But thrilled with the results of today and can't wait to see you guys tomorrow.
I was just gonna say my tail was broke, and then I heard pop, pop, pop. Hey, yeah, I get it.
Alright, let's talk a little bit about the stencil and what we're doing. So, we have this sword right here, which I love. It's this cool cutoff point, has like a natural slant to it, which I'm thrilled with. What do we know about it? It's dark, right? So it's dark, kind of light, and then comes back to dark. So this here, meeting this, we have to decide, do we want this light or dark? I'm probably gonna have it somewhat light where it meets right in here, just so there's some separation in the sword, and then have it fade into the image, right? I'm gonna drive the image right into the sword. So that'll be good. Over here, I always kind of like leave things faded out because you can always extend more later. We have this sword on the other side of the arm, and I'm just gonna continue the sword and finish it off right there. So it's like a sword going that way, sword going this way. So I have an arm coming this way and an arm coming this way. They both fade. I didn't really like the idea of both the arms fading into each other. So I just pulled on one of our accent pieces, the lightning, and I'm gonna bring the piece of lightning coming through the center, which will allow me to kind of divide the two images. So what I'm gonna do is just fade this arm out into the lightning, and then the same thing back over here. And I think that'll provide a cleaner look than just having the arms merge into each other. I like a little separation there. I just added a little building in this gap here, just one that I saw from pictures in the game. Simple, you know, I'll pull this shading in here. So I'll just continue, I'm just continuing shapes a lot, you know, and that's why I'll leave them like that. It doesn't get in the way, I can reuse it, come back in, and this will fade in. Kind of a nice extension of the sleeve. Obviously we have our cool guy right here, so I'm going to start over this way, make my way up to get the back side of the arm. I'm going to flip him at the stomach.
Bro,
at the
that
end.
shit tattooed.
So, that's my thinking.
As fuck, bro.
I'm kind of designing and connecting things. Let's get into the tattoo.
Bro, I thought I was man enough to take my shit. I went up by myself. I should have went up with somebody. Nigga could have passed out of that bitch. Shit didn't break it.
Alright, we are in this piece a little bit, so you guys can actually see what's going on. Right now I'm working on
It's broke now.
these muscles right here. I gotta say, it's pretty close to what Fritz has underneath his shirt.
That bitch broke now.
Maybe just a little bit bigger abs, not by much though, right Fritz?
Yeah.
So I'm going pretty light on the abs, on the muscles here. Breaking them down into like small sections, or simple sections, let's say. So like there's this, you know, this is one ab here, and then it's pair, and then one and one. We kind of got 4 that are displaying themselves. So the ones on the outside I'm keeping darker. Or I should say the muscles on the outside. You know, there's another one outside here to make the focus pair. I'm doing, you know, just a little bit in the center here to create some definition in between. And then I'm kind of cutting it in half and bringing, you know, a shadow down. So here's my like down shadow on them, just kind of making a fun, somewhat jagged mark on there. And then I have my highlights up here. I'm going to show you guys, there was some stencil that you can see, like almost like triangle and then, you know, upside down tier. And I'm taking my 50% and I'm just going over the whole thing, except for the highlight. So I'm like kind of carving out my highlights here. When I do this, you can see my highlight a little easier right there. I'm going to do the same on the other side. So it's like everything that's not highlight, I'm just making it not skin tone, right? I'm not trying to put this crazy, you know, gray in there. I just want it to be just like tattooed once or twice here, and then here. I'm doing circle motions. Like I don't want to whip off from my highlight. Like I don't want this like crazy like line or anything. You can kind of see here, right? And if you want to throw some white in there at the end, that's cool. It'll kind of make it look shiny. And then similar here, but remember we talked about earlier in the video where this new piece meets this old piece, you know, it's kind of light, right? So like, you know, heavy contrast here, and then it just kind of lightens up right into the sword. It allows the sword to stay nice and dark and be like a good dividing point for these two pieces, right? Overall, my game plan, per usual, is to start defining everything with my 3RL. You know, we have a lot of crazy shapes over here in this armor. The armor kind of has this like lion face look to it, right? So we're working on the kind of the snout here, 2 eyes, you know, nose, and then just on the sides is like a bunch of hair-like texture.
Do y'all notice
so
how he does it top from bottom? Like he does not do hard outlines. He goes straight in with his shading, and he packs in his shading without any hard outlines. Before he does his hard outlines, after he put in his shading, before he puts in his shading, and then he decides where he wants to hard outline his tattoo, where he wants to push in that black, you feel me? Where he wants to, and it doesn't be on the whole tattoo. It might be on a certain area of the tattoo just to bring out the contrast of the rest of the tattoo. You gotta peep that, because these are good tips. I'm peeping.
Building the armor by kind of finding these like hair flow points and just coloring them in a shade. You know, you can see down here, and I'm not going overboard on the value. I'm just kind of separating the hairs. You guys have seen me do this once or twice before. You know, this one's light, that one's dark. Okay, that's separated. And then at the end, I'm gonna brush mag over the whole thing to like contour the whole image, right? So now I'm just separating. I'm not losing my stencil. Just like making the shades, you know, different from each other. Like, okay, that one's a darker one, this is a lighter one. And then I'll use the mag at the end to, you know, brush from the back, make the whole thing look curved, you know, accentuate certain highlights. This is just how
I would fuck that whole tattoo up, bro. I know I would. I don't understand how they do this shit, bro. Like, I'm not good with looking, like, I'm not good with finding my light and my art. You feel me? That's something I need to work on, and that comes with practice. But he pretty much got it wrapped. He's not even really too much. He's just dropping the needle down and just keeping. He's literally shading. I said literally. He's literally shading in the whole tattoo, bro. Like from bottom to top. His man just. You see all these lines on the page. You see all these lines on this man's skin. You see all these lines on this man's skin. How does he know the spots, not the shading? Alright, I see that. And from me watching a bunch of his videos, I understand that little hole right before that needle is supposed to be white. You feel me? But for me to figure that out across the whole tattoo, that's gonna be complicated. You feel me? That's gonna be tough. Like, alright, I understand this spot, but what about this spot? You feel me? Like, what about that spot? You feel me? How am I supposed to know? Because once it's done, it can't be erased. It's gonna look good. And that's my biggest problem. I don't want to fuck nobody up. That's what I'm watching. To get knowledge. Let's get it.
I like to do things. Some people like to work a little bit more like a printer. They'll make it the exact shade it needs to be and then move on to the next, you know, hair follicle or flow point. So mine's more of like kind of building it up. So this is what I'm going to be doing for like the next hour or two, is really just building the armor here as we get through the piece. There's some tattoo back here. I'm not touching it. I'm going to leave that for a different position with him. But it's like, okay, how do you decide what to leave for the other position, what to grab now? I try to grab as far as I can within reason in the position I'm in. You know, like, it's just not comfortable for me to do this, and I know I can get that into the other position, so I'll leave it. If you're still learning, like, what you can and can't get to in the position-wise, you can always mark it. So what I mean by that is this. Like, I could have had him lay on his stomach, and I could just use like a marker, and I could be like, okay, well, I get this far, and then when I flip him, I can see where the marker is. So I'm going to build up this armor a little bit. The armor is going to be darker than the muscles, than the body, to kind of show that it's, you know, something else. Obviously we have our texture, but you can also show separation through shadow and contrast. Really, in its simplest form, I have the, you know, little shapes laid out through my stencil. I'm kind of deciding, is it based on my reference, I'm deciding, is this a dark piece, a light piece, or somewhere in the middle? And then I'm just kind of defining it. You know, like dark piece, somewhere in the middle, light piece, right? Just creating separation, breaking it down pretty simple. And then at the end, I'll hit it with the mag.
Like, so all the white spots he's going over with a mag. The spots he's leaving white, he's going over with a mag. Bro, I was literally broken my damn chair. Like, this is no longer a chair.
We made it. It's late. I'm tired. Everyone here is tired. Actually, Klein looks pretty good.
Only chair.
Went a little late tonight. We hit the usual time, like 9 o'clock when I usually finish. I knew we were right there finishing the sleeve, so we stayed a little late. We got it finished. Super happy with the results. Everything is tied together nicely. Good balance between black and skin tone. And obviously our mid-range, which is something I'm always looking at when completing a sleeve. Let me walk you guys through what we accomplished yesterday and today. Cool. So we have our inner we finished yesterday. You guys saw nice action pose reaching the hand, which meshes right into our top guy here. I think it blends really nice just into the background top of this sword. Try to keep a lot of the contrast and the viewpoint.
That's dope. That's dope. Now I'm seeing the spots he left white, and I can understand why he left them white. I just need more practice. Cause I can, looking at that, like that, I can do that. Feel me? I can draw that out. I can draw that out and do it like that. But just looking at what I was looking at, bro, I wouldn't have been able to do that shit. Not looking at, I done drew some crazy shit, bro. Don't get me wrong. I could probably draw that, but he didn't draw that. That was all shading. That was all shading right there. He didn't draw shit. He put the stencil down and shaded that bitch in. And that's dope. That's dope. I'm admiring that. That's what.
Here, we did a little background, left that pretty light, nothing too dominating, but really, really happy with this high contrast piece. Let's get some nice pictures and videos and put a bow on it.
Google Pixel 9a is built to withstand spills, dust, and drops. It's as big as it gets. So the only thing to worry about.
I need to upgrade my phone. Fuck. That was some good shit.
I'm Angel. I'm one of the technicians over here at Bishop. I'm going to be answering a couple.
I want one. Why you want one?
Leave my head until I cut. Yeah, you got nothing cut. I took that to like a cut. And I we can spend. Global got it.
YouTube, what's good? Welcome back to the channel, and welcome if you're new. Today we are...
My name is Franco Vescovi from Bishop Rotary, and today we're going to introduce you to a new product drop, a Power Wand with advanced battery. It's the same Bishop wand that you love with an all-new upgraded battery. One of the things we pride ourselves at Bishop is we really do listen to the customer. We're constantly on a journey to make better tattoo machines and better products. And this advanced battery is actually just that. It's the answer to a lot of the questions that we've received over the years.
The most important thing is how long that battery can go. When I'm out on the road and I'm doing like a 12-hour session at a convention, the last thing I need is for that battery to run out, knowing I'm going to get through 12, 13 hours of tattooing. It's perfect.
I can either have the whole session timed, which I'll know, I don't have to look at my phone, but even more, I want to know how long my needle is running. A bonus that just has a better locking mechanism. It clicks in, it locks in, you know it's in, you know it's stable, and you're ready to go.
As far as my favorite feature with the battery, it definitely has to be the voltage presets. Depending on whether or not I'm using it for shading, or maybe I really want to pack something in, I'll just hit one button and the next thing you know, it's down to a slower running setting.
Be able to just get an upgraded model where I'm already fixed in it. I know the weight, everything's exactly where it usually is. I just have this beautiful upgraded feature where my battery's gonna last longer for me. I'm gonna have the preset features and I'll be tattooing a lot longer and a lot happier.
For more information, head on over to BishopTattooSupply.com.
Guys, do I have an announcement for you? I've been waiting so long to do this, and finally, the day is here. First off, we hit 1,000 people in the Discord, and I wanted to celebrate, and there was only one way to celebrate. We're giving away a machine. So we are giving away the Holy Grail machines, one of my favorite, the one I use every day, that is right, the Bishop. We're giving it away. This is crazy. We've been trying.
I knew that was gonna come out. I was gonna say that first, but I was joking and said, but honestly, I didn't even know you owned the Bishop. I mean, I've seen him do reviews, but he's giving away. He's giving away. He's giving away $1,200.
Trying to do it so long. We're giving away the whole thing. You know, everything that comes inside, we're giving it away. I even have something for the losers, right? Losers, you still win. You get 15% off everything. Use code UNSEEN. But let's get back to the machine. How do we get this machine? The Ferrari of tattoo machines. All you have to do is join the Discord. How much does it cost, John? That's what everyone asks. How much does it cost? Everyone wants to talk about money? It's free. And there you have it, guys. Your chance at winning the Bishop. I'm so stoked. I've been wanting to give one of these away forever. It's finally here. Thanks to our sponsors, Bishop. They're about it. They sent it. I said, yo, I want to give it away to the Discord. Send it the next day. It's here. Get in the Discord and win this machine. We're back, guys, to the Discord reviews. I'm so...
When you're a good artist, bro, people give you shit. That's why I need to start my career. So they can see me out there and they can just give me shit. You feel me? Like, I would love to be given a tattoo machine. Well, my very first one, my first shader, my first liner was given to me. But, yeah, bro, I done owned in life 1, 2, 3, 4. Because after they gave them to me, I bought 2 more, a liner and a shader. Then I made one before, that's 5. Recently bought one, that's 6. I feel like I had another one before that. I think I had like 6 tattoo machines in life.
Excited to do this today. I already looked at the tattoos. They're pretty good. They're getting good. This is very cool to see. We got an exciting episode for you guys. Let's just get right into it. From Do You Like Ketchup? That's not a question. That's a name. Hi there. Submitting here for YouTube from Toronto, Canada. Tattooing for 3 years. Lax apprenticeship. Ooh. Working under a more knowledgeable mentor now. Okay. I do illustrative style tattoos and would love to hear feedback on techniques. Okay. I love this tattoo. This is a weird tattoo. I like weird things. It's like you have your blacks. Like I like that it's in 3 sections. You have your blacks, you have your mid, and you have your skin tone, your highlight. And like you just like didn't color in the lines how like people typically would. So it almost gives me this. It's like half full, like a glass half full kind of thing. I think it's a really cool concept. It's very strange and weird. Let's get into it. Okay, so I love illustrative tattoos. That's been my focus the last couple of years. I like that you're showing the line weights, especially in the areas that are skin tone, because that's where the lines and the different line weights are going to have the most attention, because there's nothing there besides the lines. So I would show that off even more, like in your negative space. The mid and the black are a little close. It looks like it'll probably heal good. It might be cool to add another layer to the grayscale. So to take it like to the next step might be to add a light gray. Like you have dark, medium, light gray, and then your negative. Again, like in something I don't love in this is these like kind of like gray lines. I used to use gray lines a lot in my work, but they always look kind of like unfinished or like poor application. I think it would look better just as like a thin black line. Yeah, I don't know if I love that, but I love this style. It's like weird. It's, you know, I would maybe add some like, try some thicker lines in there, like, cause I see you doing that like here and here, and it just looks like cool to me. Even with this part, like you had this thick line and this skinny line, I would like to see that pattern repeated. Like what if you had another thick one here, you know, or just thick here, but you have a really nice base going. So I would build on the base. Like cool, you have really hard cut shadows. Like here's really nice. This hard cut is cool. Kind of doesn't make sense because this is in this shape and this is in that, but I kind of like that. It doesn't make sense. It's almost like just a shadow. It's not as clean up here. I like when you did it like clean, you know, or even match the line. So I would do more of that. It looks really cool. You could even play with like different types of shadows.
He really like, just sat there and found all the small details that I wouldn't even notice that was flawed out about that tattoo. Like he just went over the head, and I'm looking at a straight line, and it's supposed to be open. I would have never noticed that.
If you made the edge like hard and then brushed it like lighter, not like black, but you know, you can play with different fades in there. But I think you could do a lot with this. I would really focus on your line work. This is going to show in the piece, and I think you're doing a good job, but you want to like show off and kind of go crazy in this style. Like change your line weights, look at some new school stuff, look at how different people use it in comics and anime. That's what I always do. It might even be cool to have some like solid black images around. I like where you're going now. Keep it up. Very cool, very different piece. Thank you so much for your submission. I also like ketchup. Next one is Epic Spawn, or Epic Spawn. Hey, John spelled my name wrong. I would like to have some constructive criticism on how to improve things on my tattoos. Doing tattoos for 8 years, but always looking to improve. The color piece is my first attempt, big color realism, small. All right, let's take a look at some of the work. Wow, this is a cool tattoo. You did say 8 years, so I guess I should have expected or hoped for some decent work. Really cool. I love this like Japanese like kind of conceptual art, and I like the style you did it. All right, right off the rip, What I notice is
Too
kind of some lack of separation as
No
a whole.
contrast.
Like it's very dark,
It
the
has
piece, and I
contrast.
can see there are some areas that you left.
But it's like very like I've been looking at his work for the last few days. This man literally doesn't put hard lines. He literally used 3 colors mainly, and he's perfected them to the fact where you can tell the contrast between the work. Like if you go towards the mouth, I'm not a professional at rating this, but from a distance, that is a lot of black going on in one spot. You feel me? That is a lot of dark color going on in one spot. It could have used a little bit of lighter gray, lighter black, darker black. You feel me? Darker black, lighter gray, lighter black. You feel me? To bring all of that out, the whole all of that. Like from the top is good with the contrast, but when you get down from the helmet, like the eyes on down, I say he went way too hard with that black. Like, yeah. Like I can hardly tell that that's a broken mask on his face. You feel me? Because I can't see the contrast from the mask being broken. Like it's a mask with the mask broken. But if you look on the left hand side, I believe that's my left or your right, whatever, where that eye is at, like that's his face, and you can hardly tell that that's a mask right there before his face. You feel me? Because he used black going from the top to the bottom of the helmet all the way into the mouth, and that could have been used with like some lighter black and some lighter gray to bring that out. I've been just watching his work and seeing him with the flicks and stuff like that, and yeah, that's like wanna be his work, but that's not his work. That's somebody trying to mimic his work, cause they both been in the game for so long. But yeah. Then you go under the chin. It's stuff under the chin that you can't really make out. What is that under his chin? Like is his chin folding up or is it folding down? Like what is that under his chin? I can't really tell.
Negative, I'd like to see a little bit more. So if I break this into 3 things, we have our main subject, we have kind of our complement, secondary image, and then an accent, the flower. So I would like to see, honestly, this swirl on the bottom, maybe even a little bigger, and definitely lighter to provide some separation from our main subject. Now, I think main subject should always have the most contrast, the most detail, so our eye goes there. You did a really cool job on this like wind bar cloud thing. I would tone it down because it almost draws my eye because it's so cool. I would go in there, kind of low level contrast, maybe where you put your shading, just do the whole thing light instead of this dark. You know, you have your negative line and then all this is like light, and then it would pop out in front. It'd be, you know, toned down a little bit, not as much like cool shading and detail, and it really allows us to look at our dude right here. Now, I like the rope and stuff being dark.
Oh, that's a rope.
Because to me, it's not as important. What's really important is the face and this crack. So it is cool that you created some separation with the white, but I think you can even, you know, do more with that. If we really want like an edge to pop, sure, white can help, but it can also help just darkening by the edge on the other piece. You know, this mouth and lips aren't as important to me, so, you know, I make that dark, which you pretty much did, and you could even do, you know, the nose a little bit, and it will make our mask look lighter. It is cool that you cut it in half and have this over here, and I don't mind the bottom chin thing being dark, but you could lighten it up a little on the mask. I think the mask is really cool. So I would like kind of stretch our grayscale, like have some more like lights here or here, and you can still do that cut and have, you know, a few light points in there. And then since the mask is in front, I might have it a little bit lighter, and the face is like dark, kind of in the shadow of the mask.
He did it
and then the eyes
backwards,
would
bro.
really pop, right?
He did it backwards. It's like the face is light and the mask is dark. And I was just telling y'all, before when you like he actually the face is light and the mask. I got what he was doing, because that's the rule of thumb of drawing. You want your dark colors and your thicker lines to be in the front to make what's behind it to look farther back. So I understand that. But in this one, he just went a little too heavy. The mask is dark. I feel like it could have been lighter. And then he also could have made the face lighter than what the mask was. Like there's detail in the nose in the mask that I can hardly see. And unless you're zooming in. And I also said something about that mask being dark and I couldn't really tell what was under his chin. All in all, it's a good tattoo. He just have to work on his color, his dark colors and his light colors. And how to make it contrast. And it's coming from somebody that I don't know is neither the or, but I'm just coming up with what I'm watching and looking at. And I got plenty of fucked up tattoos, man.
Because he's this is in front, I might have it a little bit lighter, and the face is like dark, kind of in the shadow of the mask. And then the eyes would really pop, right? Because this eye, the smoke is so cool. And then again, like back to this stuff on top, it's not as important to me. I would simplify it. Like helmets, I know they have like crazy detail, are so cool. We don't want it to get too distracted with the helmet. So this thing I would almost do completely negative space. If it was negative, it would be simple. It'll still look cool. This was so hard for me to do in the beginning, is like not put extreme detail everywhere. Only put your extreme detail where you want the viewer to look. So I'd probably simplify the helmet. I would do like a lot of this negative on the horseshoe thing. On the helmet, I would lighten this helmet a little bit. I don't mind the dark background. I think the flower is cool. I'd like to see a little tighter on the flower. But yeah, it'll just break everything up a little bit more, and it'll get everyone to look where you want them to look, which is at the face. And listen, this is me nitpicking. This is an awesome tattoo. Love to see more of your work. But hopefully that helps and applies, and thank you so much for your submission. To the next one. Who's next, Fritz? I'll tell you. It's Phil from Ashford, or Phil Fro, Mashford. Would love some opinions on how to make this better. Still feel like I'm missing some obvious to make it pop more. Well, let's take a look. All right. Oh, a knife.
Damn.
Hello, sir. I like this style. Let's get into it. Okay, we'll get to the popping. One suggestion I have for everyone is really put some focus on the presentation of your work. And what I mean is the picture. Anytime you go see art in a gallery, it's hung up nice, it's presented well. And it always looks better when presented well. First thing I'm noticing is kind of this background stuff, kind of weird. It almost looks like in a house. Just something to consider, And, I know when you get to the end of the tattoo, you put all your energy in. The last thing you want to do is take pictures, but it's so critical, it's so important. Let's talk about the tattoo itself. To me, it just looks a little flat, right? And I think one thing to consider is, where do the highlights go? They go to the thing that is the closest to the light, which I think would be more here. And it looks like you might even, yeah, you did. You put some white in there, so you did know that. But here and here, right? The light, wherever it's coming from, it's like our nose. The highlight always goes on the nose, typically.
It's not popping.
It is a close.
It's not popping. Like that the center part is supposed to be like a pyramid. It's supposed to pop. You feel me? It's supposed to be like, it's supposed to pop, bro. It's not. It's supposed to come out, and you can't really tell that it's coming out. He said it's flat because he didn't add that much detail to make it pop. He wasn't that kind of tattoo artist. That's something I would have did and just went on by my day. Ain't gonna lie, that looked pretty simple, to be honest with you. With the shading and the line work and all the other stuff. It looked pretty easy. It looked like something he got out of a book and he put right there. It's yeah. It's giving off rookie beginner. It's giving off beginner tattoo. Something I would practice on doing, and I would actually succeed. It looks good though. All in all, it looks perfect. It'll sell. It will very much sell.
Closest thing to the light.
Check it out. You can compare car insurance options.
Safe like repaired.
Perfecting your swing is hard.
Nice shot, Dad.
Safe like replaced.
But replacing your windshield doesn't have to be. Get it fixed now and pay later with flexible payment options only at SafeLight.com.
Hey, open-faced sandwiches and avo toasts of the world. Are you seeing this? This is a Smucker's and Jif PB&J, the OG sandwich of all sandwiches, and it wants you to know that yes, it does taste as delish as it looks. Make a PB&J with the OGs. A $60 value for only $26.99. Give the gift of Millie Moon with our luxury diaper gift box.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep...
So, I'm thinking we just have a light source issue. You nailed it under here. The neck, you know, it looks like you brush dark over the whole thing, which is great. It puts it in the background. The neck is behind the helmet. But this face mask, that comes before all. So I would like to see like more light in this area. You can split the face, as I've been calling it, where you do here and have all this light. And this other side is kind of good how it is if you split the face. And then on
this light source,
these indents here, like I would just have that
is very minimal,
completely skin tone. So
there.
then by comparison, what do we do after that? You can make, you know, this a little bit darker and this a little bit darker. And it'll bring the face out. It'll push it out. So it's like in comparison, it's lighter, therefore it'll appear lighter. And you could probably just rock this in the back, all solid black. You know, and even down here, black, as we get farther away from the light. It's really about, a lot of people might think the pop or making it stand out is about the highlight. A lot of times it's about the black. Like when we do like neon or glowing effects, it's not the white that makes it pop like that. It's the dark that's put up against it, you know? I do see you splitting it here, and I think you could continue that, you know, but this whole shoulder over here, if you're going to do that, I would make this black. And then everything's going to start to feel like lighter in comparison. So I think just some higher contrast will go a long way for you on this in leaving some negative skin to look very bright. We'll give it that pop. Thank you so much for your submission. Hopefully that helps. Next on the list, Sebink, I think. Hey John, hope you guys are having an awesome summer. Thank you. Need some feedback. Tattooing since October 2024. Million to Black Hair Realism. Love it. Self-taught. Learning by doing. That's how I learn. Looking at you, another artist, versus my kind of style. I'm 40 years old, but feels like 20 in my head. I like that. I love that for you. Let's get into the tattoo. You had said you did the realism, but not the text. So I'll blurt out the text. My sound effect. Let's take a look. Alright, I love houses. This is like a little log cabin. I love like haunted houses. They're very similar to log cabins.
Bravo.
Same thing about the pictures. I don't need to say it twice. But this is your
like
work.
houses.
We love it. Let's present it to the best of our ability.
Like
it looks like it's on an inner arm, and you're kind of like doing this. I would just take it right like that. Alright, let's get into it. So, with this house, I would focus on light source. Like you have this dark back here, which is really good. It's cool. You know, it lets me know that the house is in front. A lot of times with houses, I kind of pick the face to be the main subject, and then I'll brush kind of the rest. This I would make very dark, this side of the house, and it disappears into the black. This top I would make a little more mid, and then I get a little lost in this front here. So like this window, it looks like you put kind of a shadow on it, which is like cool, but I might make it a little darker and bump the contrast. Like, I'll put some defining factors in the window. You don't want it to get lost. You know, a lot of times I make the windows like solid black, or different from the face. I'm losing the door a little bit, so we want to create some separation, which we can do with just some dark in there or some light, like if you did all that. I like the drop shadow on the roof, but it's a little like much. I might just tone down the front, create a little bit of structure in like the doors and windows so we can tell what they are. And I think that's going to go a long way in your like architecture, your building. I'm assuming that you did this from a reference. A lot of time realism is done from a reference, and sometimes you have to tweak your reference to make it work better as a tattoo. So that being said, you know, I wish I could see your reference, but a lot of times I will change the reference photos to put more focus on a certain image, or less on background images. Like these trees, I might have like blurred out. The rocks, you know, you could simplify. If our focus point is the house, kind of going back to what I said before, whatever our main subject is, gets our highest contrast, our highest detail. Everything is like complementing or accenting that, so we don't want to draw away from it. On top of that, sometimes realism is like hard to work in when you already have text. Believe me, I get that, you know? But I'll almost try to make everything in that area like full, so you're just like, okay, it's realism in there. Like I might have gone back and put some really light shading in the sky here, whether it be clouds or whatever. As it gets more in like this direction, I would simplify it, so like darker here. You know, just kind of follow this trend. And then if we wanted to make the face of the building lighter, you can even, you know, put some shading up against it, and it will end up appearing lighter. There's so many things that go into realism, photorealism. I would encourage anyone to go on YouTube, go online, get some of the basics. All the stuff in like painting realism and even photography you can apply to your own tattooing. Hopefully this helps. Thank you so much for your submission. Let's get to the next one. And last but not least, Trash Media. Cool name. Hey John, any tips? Looking forward to hearing where I can improve. Wow, okay, we got like a sleeve here. Off rip, I'm like super cool, super cool. Let's get into it though. So it looks very dark to me, and this is just a guess, but you know, you edited, you bumped up the darks, desaturated a little bit, which is fine and it looks cool. One thing like with the polarizing film and like editing, a lot of times it gets rid of our midtones. I like to put a lot of like light grays in there, so like midtones that are more like in the light. Sometimes I can get rid of that and it just looks kind of harsh. Okay, so conceptually, really like this. I like that you went simple on this guy walking into the moon. It just looks cool. It doesn't take my attention away. You definitely went crazy on the detail with the moon. So that's kind of the first thing I look at. My eye goes right to the moon. The moon has a different light source than the face. I don't know if that was intentional. And then one of the most common mistakes that I'm seeing here is what I'm kind of calling like the totem pole, where it's just like one thing on top of the next, on top of the next. So we're talking about some composition. I would try to break it up a little bit, like you could zigzag it. You know, these boys could go a little bit over here. That's why I'll use the like 3/4 profile. It would have been cool to like have the moon and the dude over here, and then this guy like looking up, beard kind of coming here, moon. I don't know, just like breaking it up. That's like one of many different ways, but when we stack things on top of each other, you know, I don't love that. I feel like we kind of lose flow. I did like how you're putting in these negative points, you know, because the flow is kind of this way, right, on the arm. So maybe even another one to like break it up. We could have our moon here. You could have even done that. You could keep the boy where he is, move off to the side a little bit, face here. It just like, you know, breaks it up, changes the eye a little bit. So I like how you did the boy and the moon. It really like favors dark, but then it like touches the beard. So dark, dark. I'd like to see maybe a little more light in the beard, especially on this side if we're getting this harsh light source from here. You know, real light here, and then light on the hair. I kind of get lost in the hair, and I see you put all this detail in there, and it's really cool, but it's not like dynamic, and it just ends up looking flat. So we got to add some volume on that hair, like all the shampoo commercials. All right, so I look at the piece, and I can tell you know how to tattoo. You're making a mistake that I made in the beginning, just putting detail everywhere. Let's try, simplifying some of the accents, some of the secondary things in there, like moon, like you did with the boy. That was great, or the figure walking. We can leave the details for the face, and then try to just lighten this side along, with the face you did there. It's almost like less is more sometimes. Like you could leave a little more negative space, you could leave a little bit more openness to like let the tattoo breathe, and it wouldn't come off as flat, So, like I said earlier, really pay attention to the composition. Like, is this gonna look good? Does my main subject take up like most of the area? Do I have like little accent pieces or secondary images that are smaller and around, and with those images having less contrast, like you did with the figure walking? You did that perfectly. You could even do that, with the moon, or the moon could have gone like way small, and it just then ends up being this little accent piece. And then not overdoing it with, the main subject, the face, the beard. Just let it breathe a little bit. I think less is more in your case, and it's really going to open up the piece. It's going to make it a lot more eye-catching. Try that out. Either way, I mean, it looks really cool. It's a cool piece. Definitely can tattoo. Definitely, have these beginning stages of getting there. I don't even want to say beginning stages. I can tell you've been tattooing a while. Hopefully these tips help just get you to the next level of tattooing. Either way, thanks so much for sending in. Looking super cool. That is it, guys. Guys, thank you so much, everyone that submitted their tattoos. If you want your tattoo featured or me to give my opinion on it, definitely send it in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, I have good news for you. It's affordable. Because it's free. You can afford that. Anyone can. Even Alex. I give you, my opinions, my feedback, just as like a normal dude. I'm not this professional fucking art person. We're just chilling. That's it. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. We're going to be doing this every week. I'll see you in the Discord.
Cetaphil Moisturizing Lotion softens and smooths skin with 48 hours of continuous hydration.
Cetaphil, for everyone's sensitive skin.
Sometimes you just need a moment.
Today we're working on the back forearm. Last time we did Odin's face on the front. So the perfect match for the other side is a raven. We got a little symbol going on here. Pretty much what I'm looking at is kind of to create some flow in the arm. Whenever I do birds, I do more of like an action pose rather than it just perched. I feel like it's a little fun. more flow created with the body. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'll show you guys over here. A lot of times I'll find like a head that I like and I'll just start working around that. So, you know, head facing this direction. Cool, that's where we started. Then I want his wing coming out this way, body this way, and then we were trying to incorporate the symbol. My thinking behind this is I get this nice little V here on the elbow, which I like to do. I have my head placed center. This is kind of the center of the arm. So I made the image heavier on this side. What I mean by that is like I can have the head center on the arm. This side of the image has more going on. Because if you look on this side, the other tattoo still comes in. So I can have, you know, our head center, it meets this other side of the tattoo, and then the rest of the wing and stuff will fill that side. So that's kind of my thinking on design and concept. And then I'm gonna be doing this symbol negative, because we have a raven, I'm gonna do the bird darker. So I'll go negative on the symbol so it pops. So this side is like looking good to me. Also, this stuff's really dark, so having a nice negative symbol here, I think will really pop. I'm gonna get the stencil placed and we're gonna take a look at it. Alright, so my approach on this thing is gonna be, you know, a little different than normal. I'm gonna make up the shading as I go. I'm gonna be doing that based on what's around it, kind of like common sense. I'll give you an example. It's very dark here, so I'm gonna pull this darkness right into the bird. So if I have darkness here on the outside, to make this stand out, it has to be lighter. So I'm gonna start figuring out things like that to help me understand the tone of the piece based on what I want to be extremely visible and what I want pushed in the background. So this layer of wings is ahead of this back layer. So this will probably be lighter than this, right? And we'll start figuring those things out. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of like gray line the whole thing. Wipe away the stencil so I can get a really good idea of where I'm at and what it looks like. For me to make things up, to sketch, to have fun, it's easier that way. Gray line the whole thing, wipe all the stencil off, and then just see my exact shading. You know, it's not hidden by purple or mess. So I'm gonna show you guys my approach on that, especially with having this negative here. I'm gonna be using an 083. So a really small 3, you know, light, doesn't do a lot of damage. It also doesn't produce a lot of dark tone, right? So this will help me kind of sketch things in and be able to make it up as I go. As I said before, I'm just kind of gray lining these in, and I'm doing it with the 3RL, the 08. So it's making really just small marks. I'm using my 50%, and I'm running at 4.7. Typically always running in that 4.5 to 5.0 range. So it's very light. Sometimes it's hard to see the markings on top of the stencil. So you really have to remember where you still need to hit. Because the game plan is to wipe a lot of this purple off. I typically just kind of feather it in. That's what's comfortable for me. Some people might try to approach it more like pulling a line. If you do that, I would just make sure you're really staying on top of the skin. Like you don't want to pull a line that's going to like sink. You really just want to graze the top of the skin. Almost like you would pull a line that you know is going to fall out. Just enough to break up the skin a little bit. I'm going to get this talon in here. I'm not going to focus just a little on the bottom. What I'm going to do is try to wipe away some of this stencil. So I'm just working in kind of small sections here. We're going to try to get some of this stencil to come up so we can better see our area. Just using a foam soap. Now you could go through the whole thing and then wipe the stencil away. I just kind of prefer, like, if I'm in an area, to kind of get in, finish everything in that area, and then move on, rather than do the whole thing. Time goes by, now this is a little swollen, come back in. I think it's a little more painful for the client. But that's like enough for me to at least be able to see the lines that I made. So now I'm just going to kind of move right into the shading. And I don't have to worry about losing the stencil. So I want to kind of start with the dark parts. And I want to be able to sculpt in this negative space symbol. So on the outside we have dark parts. So that will help create the outer border for us on this guy. So I'm just kind of sharpening the outside of his negative. You can see, I kind of have these shadows in on the side here, which is creating the frame for our negative space. One of the benefits of these gray lines, or some people blood line, is you can get this really crisp shading without having to put a line in there. So the gray line lets you see where the stencil is, right? That's the benefit, but it's like, how do we achieve the results, of having these really crisp shades? So the trick is obviously not making a line, right? But we want to shade in the direction of a line to get this look. So like over here, I'll show you. Let's do the small circles, right? Small circles. And I'm just making sure the outside of these small circles is touching this gray line. Like that, right? We have to be patient with it because it's not as dense as a line. But it's, you can roll into the side with the circles. You could do a light flick, but you want to be careful about flicking because it can create a little imprint where you start your needle, which could end up looking like a line, right? That's why I do kind of prefer the circles or like the continuous motion, because it won't show like where the needle started, and it'll give you more of a even coat. You just kind of got to make sure you don't go into the area of the negative space. This takes a little bit of practice with like hand control and stuff. You can definitely practice this with like ballpoint pens or pencils just to make it a little bit more routine for your hand. And then you can come back down the line the way I'm doing now if you need to sharpen it. So now we kind of have the full effect of this negative space over here. I'm just going to sharpen it up a little bit, and I am using the 083, so the small 3. So you can see I'm just creating some separation between some of these feathers, right? And I'm going to keep it relatively simple, kind of like, dark light, because we already have the negative space, so I don't want to make it too busy, right? I just want to create some mild separation between these feathers in the background here, and then I'm just going to shade over the whole thing. What I love about the 3RL is you're just gently hitting the skin, and then you're leaving a lot of ink on top of the skin. The reason why like this is you can kind of like preview what your shades are gonna look like. Like let me show you real quick. If I'm thinking about putting like a half fade on this, I can just kind of do this here. And it appears very dark, but it's really not. Like if I wipe this off, it's almost nothing. But let's say I did that and I was like, oh yeah, I like how that looks. Like that's a good shade. Then I could go and make it. It's almost like a really forgiving way to test some of your shades. So like, okay, if I'm shading this, I'm leaving a lot of ink on top of the skin. Like, do I like it that dark? Maybe I do. Cool, I'm gonna make it that dark. If not, I just wipe it away and it's barely even there. So this is a really fun tool for me to have with the 3RL to decide, if I want to put certain shades in, if I want it to be, very dark or more light. The 3RL, when you really learn how to use it, can be such a forgiving tool. Part of the reason why I love using it. Cool. So I have all my values in for the most part, but I want to continue to emphasize the negative space. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to put a shade over the entire thing. Everything that's not negative. And this is going to eliminate any skin tone and make it so that the only thing that is skin tone is the negative space, which is just going to really make it pop. So I'm just anything that is not my negative, I'm going over just with one shade. You see, going over everything. You already see the difference here to here. It's just really bringing out the negative space. Might have to go over this thing more than once, just because it's 3RL. It does work so gradually. I'm using the standard 3, just to get some larger.
I'm just putting the work in with that small ass needle.
Dots, some faster coverage. But you can see how I'm moving through this thing. You can tell it's definitely working. We're going over the whole thing so that way everything darkens together. This will just allow me to make the entire image darker rather than only specific spots. And then once I complete this, this will kind of wrap up this section and we'll move on to the body of the bird. And I'm going to continue the same process that I did with this. I'm just going to create some gray lines with the 08 3RL. I'm going to start creating a little separation between my tones. When I like it, I'm going to come back to the standard 3RL. I'm going to make those tones more permanent. are done, I want you to check this out. The negative space held up amazing. It really pops due to surrounding it with that kind of darkness we talked about early on. I'm thrilled with the results on that. Then the trick was to keep it balanced as far as the contrast and grayscale and the rest of the piece. I really wanted the focus to go to the head and the face. So I made that nice and dark, you know, some whites in the eyes and mouth. I definitely feel we accomplished this. You know, my eye goes right to the face. Then we have the different layer of wings over on the side here. As they get farther away, you know, the set of wings gets darker. I extended some of the hair on the back here, right into the bird, and then we kept this negative line on the body, just so we didn't lose that. We have another, you know, piece of a wing back here, made that darker to really throw it in the background. But, you know, from right to left, this thing ties beautifully into the piece that he already has. So I could not be happier with the results. Let's get some pictures and video of this thing, and then wrap it up. Guys, we have Kyle back. As you remember from the last video, we did some castle architecture stuff on his legs. We did the back last time, so I'll show you guys some heel to that. But we have quite a challenge today. We have to fill this gap. Take a look at this. It's almost like this cone shape ranging from the shin onto the knee. This might be a feat too big for someone like Cam over there. But thankfully, we're in a room surrounded by veteran artists, and I think we can pull this off. So these are the pieces that I'm thinking we use today. Can you guess which goes where? So I'm thinking we use this guy here. Kind of, it opens up into this other scene, you know, so we can start breaking into other scenes. It's like a little pond here. It creates this nice arch on the knee. And then I know what you're thinking, John, you are crazy, putting a perfect circle with geometry on the knee. But we didn't get into this job because we're saying, this is what I'm thinking. So listen, it's either gonna be like sick, you're gonna be like, wow, you nailed it, or we're not gonna post a video. So we'll see how it goes. So I'm gonna be stenciling this first, because I want this in the forefront. And then this will be going behind the existing. This one is going to be pretty easy to stencil. This one is going to be a little bit more difficult, but I'm going to show you some tricks with that one. It's called trial and error. It's called don't post all the attempts before the one you get it right. So every time I will mark them standing up, right? And then we can mimic standing while laying down, or you can just have them stand, whatever you're more comfortable with. But I will have them put their legs together and arms by your side. We're going to widen your stance a little bit and then arch your foot up. Cool. We've mimicked standing. This one, I drew my center points. Now this can get a little confusing because you can see it right here that the shin bone curves, you know? So we're gonna kind of go somewhere in the middle. I'll use the center point on their foot joint and the center point of their knee. You know, everyone's anatomy is a little bit different, but typically the leg, the center point comes inward and then the bottom curves, you know, at the top. So it's like, how do you do that? This one's kind of going this way, this one's going that way. So it might change depending on the person. So this one, center point here to here. We're going to do it a little bit below the knee so we have room for the window. And it's okay to move your stencil or redo it. I mean, that happens to me all the time. You put it on, you look, you see if you like it. If something's bothering you, just change it. A lot of times my gut is right. Like if I'm looking at something, I'm like, man, I feel like that looks a little bit off. Just redo it, who cares? Especially if you don't pay for your own supplies, like if the shop pays for it, who cares, right? Use it up, that's what it's there for. Unfortunately, I paid for it, so. Cool, so that's on there, so now we're gonna check it. How do we check it? We're gonna have him stand up. I really want this window centered, and it's creating like a nice arch for his knee, right? It kind of goes with the natural flow, so I'm gonna put the window behind. So first stencil complete. So I'm applying the stencil stuff on there. And what I'm gonna do is I'm only applying it where I want there to be stencil. So, see how I'm getting like close up to the other stencil. I let this dry, so there's no stencil stuff here. And that way, even though the image overlaps, the stencil won't. Something that is working in my benefit on this piece is some of the window is going to be cut off by this. So it gives me a little wiggle room on the stencil. And I'll show you why that will be beneficial for me. So obviously the knee is gonna warp the image, right? So I'll prep the image. I did it on this knee, but I'll show you on this one. And I'm doing this. I'm like almost roughing up the stencil, right? So that it's, you know, it's not gonna get some weird folds or whatever, like it's ready to go. I'm finding my center point here, and my center point is like right there. You can mark it if it helps you. So I'm placing that on the center. Other things, so this, you know, window, geometry, my center line is gonna be there. So some people will like fold it. You wanna like kind of create like a line for yourself. But you gotta think like, what are people gonna be looking at that on this to like define if it's done well or not? I think the first thing is gonna be that center, like is it center? You can do it off center, just make sure it's the same, you know, symmetrical on both sides. There's gonna be times like where it crinkles, you know, the knee's weird, it's got like indents. So I like to just have them laying down, it kind of flattens the knee. And then there's gonna be overlap down here. So if there's any imperfection in this, I'm gonna aim for it to be down here, because that's hidden. If that makes sense. So I'm gonna line up my center point here. I'm gonna be patient with this. I'm gonna wait until the stencil stuff actually grabs the paper. So like it catches. And that way I know it's made its imprint. Cool, we're good. And now I'm gonna work on the other side. And I don't care if the other part lifts up on the other side, because I've already given it enough time to stamp. I have like little cuts in there. How do you think we did, Nick?
Pretty good.
You think?
7 out of 10.
That's pretty good. Most people will date 7 out of 10.
Never dated above a 4.
So, not bad. Not my best, but I can work with it. If, let's say you get to this point and you look at it and you're like, yo, I need it to be a little bit better than that, redo it. You know, definitely be in your comfort zone with these things. All right, so we're redoing the stencil. I want to actually raise it up. When I had him stand up, it looked a little low to me, so we're gonna raise it up just a little bit, but same approach. So this one actually looks way better than the first one. Let's get into this. We've given it ample time to dry. We'll do the test. Let's try it. So I'm gonna be using mostly a 5-line here. And then now that I know that this is going to be a border, I'm going to come back with a 9 to kind of thicken like a power line on the sides of the buildings and stuff. And then this will set that kind of in the background. So what I'm going to be doing is fitting all this with a 5-line, probably these outside windows, inside of the window, and this outside line here will be thick. And then I'm going to see how it looks up against doing a power line on the outside there and kind of tweak it as needed. So the goal is for this to remain in the background. and be separated from the heel tattoos. So again, like I said, I'm going to drive a power line on the outside of the heel tattoos. I'm going to keep these lines a little bit thinner. And I think that's going to help us achieve our goal. So the 5 is a very thin, small line. And I'm going to be coming back into these stones and like adding some detail and some cracks and stuff. So I like using a thin line because it won't get in the way of anything. Like if I want to make certain areas thicker or add some subtle details, I'm not like driving in a 9 or an 11 line that is super thick. So there's like some wiggle room with the 5. And I know I've said this before, but it's a good reminder, especially when you're laying stencils like this that overlap old pieces. You know, you really take your time and make sure you're not tattooing over an existing tattoo. You know, and you can see I kind of like cleaned up some of it, wiped it away so I don't get confused. Sometimes you can just get like so lost in the details that forget where you're going. Might seem pretty obvious, but I've seen it happen before. Cool. So on the first stencil, we got the lines in. Like I said, they're 5. They're very basic lines. Some of them actually might look a little thicker. I think that's just the stencil stuff. They're pretty skinny lines, right? So we got those in. Some of them I'm going to be coming back to, but I just wanted to lay it in, not lose my stencil. Now I'm filling it in, working my way up from the bottom. But I'm not going to go crazy with the line work because I want this to remain kind of behind our hilt stuff, right? So the more line weight changes, all that, the more it's just going to blend in. So by keeping the skinnier lines, it'll kind of have like a softer look.
I like what he did with the bricks. How he shaded them, man.
So now I got this pond thing going. It was a little bit open. I do this swirly thing. I thought it'd be kind of cool. So I'm just shading around that. We're gonna leave it negative space. So kind of like our basics of the negative space video. We're going to be practicing those same techniques, and I think this will be just like a cool added texture to have here. Because it's surrounded by a lot of dark, you know, so I don't mind keeping this light. You can see I implemented the shadows where they need to be, right? But all this in the center, I'm going to kind of keep pretty light. So I'm just lightly shading with this 3RL standard around it. I'm running at 5 volts.
Looking to stand out in today's job market? Southern New Hampshire University can help with affordable career-focused grad programs like psychology, cybersecurity, and our MBA. You'll gain the skills employers are looking for.
What pulled me to a master's degree was the fact that it was online. It was at my pace.
And wherever your career takes you, your SNHU degree can help you reach your goals.
There's always somebody there who can help you. You don't have to do it alone. I really mean that too.
Visit snhu.edu today to get started.
When you list on apartments.com, renters will start coming out of the woodwork. Great natural light.
If you ever find yourself here, we're going to take care of you. May you find our caring team of ER experts all around you. This is the human spirit at its best. Advent Health. Feel whole.
I'm just hovering above the skin with this and making it like really light. It looks way darker than it actually is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wipe this away. see more of our true tone, like what we're working with. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to fade it into the center, meaning that things on the outside are going to be a little bit darker. We're going to kind of just do it row by row. So I'm flicking off these rocks, doing the pick and flick. And this is just going to have like a little bit of depth, be like a cooler effect by having a little fade in there. Anything that's red or pink, it's going to be negative. Sometimes it's easier to approach this by almost like a paint by numbers thing. So I went over the whole thing once. Now the most outer I went over twice. I'm going to do the next one again. So the two outer I've gone over twice. So we can look at them as like a 2. I think I'm going to do that pretty much like halfway. So all this will get a second pass, so that'll be at a 2.
So mad I broke my chair.
Now we're going to do our outer one again, so that'll be a 3. Now I'm actually using a black. So we bumped up our tone a little bit. But it's still the 3rd pass. Cross hatching it a little bit to avoid showing the same direction. You can start to see a fade occurring here. We're going to wipe away, we're going to check back. Cool. So you can see when I wipe away that it's like really not as dark as it looks, because I'm hovering, so the ink is just kind of sitting on top of the skin there. But we've talked about how that can be beneficial. It almost gives you a glance into what it would look like if you went that dark. Cool. So we're almost there. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Just gonna darken up the outside a little bit. So the outside feel like a 4 now. This one's at a 4 on this side. I like that it's still pretty light. This one kind of comes out a little bit, so just that outer part off. Put in the fade. Nice. Cool. And then I'm going to come back. I want this like black where it touches these rocks. Same thing here. One nice contrast there. It'll actually end up making this look lighter, even though we did tattoo it a lot. But in comparison, it'll make it look lighter. So it's a good tool to remember. Sometimes making things darker makes other things look lighter.
There's not a lot of time on my wheel.
So these archways are dark, right? So I'm going to do those first, and then I'm going to lightly shade this. I have a habit of when I'm supposed to do a light shade, sometimes I'll make it too dark, and then I put in the black, and everything looks incorrect. So I'm going to put the darks in first, and then kind of shade the light things after, just to make sure I don't overdo. So I'm going to get those filled back in, and then we will check in on the light shades on everything around it. So we have these darks in here. Like I said, I wanted to get those implemented first. And that would kind of determine the level of value or the contrast that I'm putting in the rest of the tattoo. For me, it's a little easier to work with the light tones when I have the dark tones already implemented. So it's like I have my reference. Sometimes it can be a little bit more challenging doing it the other way around, because you might overdo your light tones and end up making them too dark. So now that I have the dark tones in, I can see how they align with the light tones. It just makes it a little easier for me. So I ended up going with like a big fade. So I'd say like half of this is black, half of this is just dark gray. And then I have, you know, some kind of like rock formations on the side here. And as they come away from the dark, they'll get lighter, right? It's in our light source to be able to hit them. So these rocks out here, I'm not going to shade in as much, but as they get closer to our fade, like these will be dark. So yeah, so I'm gonna continue to put in my light shades, and then I'm gonna move my way up to the knee. Alright, we're making progress here. As you can see, I'm kind of like lining everything out. This is a stencil I really do not want to lose, especially after the effort that went into getting it on the skin. So I'm kind of starting with these like little black accents, these little triangles that are everywhere. I'm going to end up simplifying it a little more than its picture. It's really just going to be like black and negative space. I might add some light shades in there, but I'm gonna go to black end. You know, so like all of this is gonna be black. You can see I'm getting the little accents black. So I'm getting that all in there so that I can save my stencil. So I'm gonna get this thing laid out. Fill in the black, and then see if it needs some light shading details. So you can see I laid out the structure of the piece. I pretty much lined everything out. I created the solid black and the small accents. To me, these are the most important things in the piece. It really holds the piece together. So I get those in first to make sure, I get the best use of the stencil. They're not like that drastic, so it's easy to kind of do a little bit of black and then move on. The reason that I'm doing the solid black last is one, if your structure and foundation is built properly, the black's just easy. Also, the black is messy. So if I did the black first, like over here, you can see how messy it is. I might end up losing the stencil or some of the key features. So in this scenario, especially on the knee here, I left the black for last. So now I just have to kind of fill in the remaining areas, like all these open spots with black. The way that I'm gonna approach that, as you can see, I just kind of lined everything out, I think with a 7. So I have a 9 out. I'm redefining some of the lines. I'm gonna create these thick borders. You can see I just created a thick border there. Kind of gives me a little bit more leeway with my black. Almost
like me personally, I would have got lost on that stencil a long time ago. Like that was so cluttered. Everything was so bunched up together. I would have lost myself on that stencil, man. I would have lost the whole stencil.
Bumpers when you go bowling. So now it's a little easier to just get line to line with the black as opposed to having a really skinny edge. If you're super comfortable with the MAC, you could just go right into it. You could skip that thick line process. But if you're having trouble, with getting solid black or getting like line to line, go in there, implement a thick line, and it'll make your fill a little bit easier. So I'm going to move my way up the knee, really just getting solid black in there. That will complete the solid black portion of the tattoo, and at that point I will decide if we're just going to leave the remainder open or if I'm going to put some light grays on the skin that's black. But just like with the other piece, we're going to get the dark, the black in there first, take a look, evaluate what's up, and kind of make a game plan from there. I want to make sure there's a decent amount of negative space with this tattoo because we are on the knee. You know, I'm not going to put as much detail as I would in like another area just because we got this weird knee skin. So that is why I'm kind of leaving that decision to the end. We are at the end of the day. We definitely earned it today. I mean, these are no joke, especially when there's a lot of black involved. I mean, you can see here, like, we really got this framework in, a lot of solid black. We left it at this for tonight. We're probably gonna come back in. We're definitely gonna add some like light framework around this, almost like how this is light here, to break up some of this black, because it is a lot of black. But I wanted to get in, get out on this today. So very happy with this. You know, again, we'll be adding exterior of the frame to kind of hold this window. Also, if I'm in a position like that, I like to get the black in, just in case, you know, it needs some touch-ups or anything like that. When we come back in later to do the outer rim of this, I'll be able to check it really nice, see if there's any spots missing. And then down lower, I mean, really, in my opinion, this couldn't have come out any better. It perfectly fills the spot, it fits, it adds some like layers and depth to it, it's light enough. You guys saw this cool little swirl here, we love that, that's awesome, little pond. You know, but it starts to add like layers and switching things up and changing and breaking barriers. So very, very happy with our progress today. We will let Kyle relax and not bother him anymore with his knee. So let's get some photos and videos and we'll get him wrapped up.
One thing I noticed is that when Joe joined me, he challenged me. It's a natural thing between brothers, pushing each other. Hey is...
Let's talk about this golden rule. It's thirds. You might have heard this before. I'm going to break it down with you guys today. But we're going to break everything, the whole grayscale, into 3 different parts. It's going to be black, mid-tones, light. You can do this with any piece, any style. it's kind of a great place to start when you're working with black and gray. Easiest way to think of it is 1/3 of the tattoo is black, 1/3 of the tattoo is midtones, 1/3 is highlights. So I'm going to be doing this sick gargoyle today. I like this piece because a lot of the reference is already broken down for you, right? So if we look at the gargoyle itself, everything inside here on his like inner body, his inner chest, is pretty much in that black zone, right? What we want to see, which is face, this shoulder here, this arm, everything in the forefront, that's our light. And everything in between is our midtone, right? So this guy is a perfect example, you know, of the rule of thirds, with having 1/3 black, 1/3 midtone, 1/3 highlight. We're going to be using the highlights to draw the eye too. So anything we want to be seen or make, you know, the impression on the piece, that's going to be in that section. And anything we want to push back or kind of disappear into the background, that's going to be black. So if we're talking about the whole piece, you know, we have this pillar out here that he's standing on. I'm going to apply it to this pillar. Everything down here is going to be in the black section. Just as we move our way up, you know, this is going to be midtone section, midtone, and then up here is going to be nice and light, this ledge. This is where we want you to see. We want you to see the edge of the ledge. We're going to create some separation here with the black. Come back into the gargoyle. Already broke that down with you guys. And then same thing in the background. So this is going to be all light, midtones as we get farther away, black as we get farthest away. So it's going to be black, mid, light, black, mid, light. It just follows this whole pattern. When we see those patterns where they're easily identifiable, it just looks nice. It looks organized in our brain. It's easy to tell what's what. So this can be applied to any style, like I said, any black and gray. I'm going to show you how to apply it today. So we're just going to focus right now on this pillar. The pillar ends here, that's the edge of it, right under his hands. Comes around the outside here, all the way down. So we're going to break it into 3 sections. This top part here is our light section. This part is our mid, so like in here, you know, it's our mid. And then anything below this is our dark. So this is all going to be in our dark section, all the way down here. So this I'm going to be doing almost black. And I'm going to be moving my way up. And as I go up, I'm going to get lighter. This exact pattern is going to continue throughout the sleeve. So on the gargoyle, the dark is going to be below, and I'm going to move up towards the face, arm. You get lighter. Same thing on this arch here. Dark in the back, lighter. So it literally follows this pattern all throughout the piece. The direction of the piece is that way. That's kind of why the pattern's going that way. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to kind of gray line all this stuff out. I'm going to start my shading from the bottom up. So I'll get this in nice and dark. I like to get my dark parts done first, and then I'll move, you know, into this section. Once I have this completed, it's kind of set the tone for the rest of it. Creates my grayscale. Alright, this is what dark looks like. So if this is what dark looks like, I have a comparison for my mid section and my light section. So let me get this gray lined out first, and then we'll check back in. So I have this gray lined out, and then I, you know, wiped away some of the stencil. The reason I did this is because I'm going to be like making the fades and adding details, all this. I want to be able to see the skin. I want to see my true tone. I don't want to get lost in the marker or the purple. So I just wanted you guys to see what this looks like. Now, there is this line that runs down the middle here. And that's kind of the building changing its perspective, kind of going back this way. And our light source, remember, it's coming from that. So that whole line's going to cast a shadow. So I'm going to be flicking off of that to help represent where the light is, and also divide the structure. You know, because this is the front face, and this is the side of the pillar. So that'll help do that. When I'm doing that though, what I like to do is get in the details of the structure first. So this, I kind of have you know, this kind of offset and like the molding. So you can see I like started this shade already. So before I, flick off that border line, I will get the details in first. So you can see I started to get these guys in here. So if you're gonna do that, you'll see these on faces, on anything you're like splitting down the middle. I always put the features in first, or the details in first, and then I'll probably do that effect last. But like I said before, I'm going to be working my way up. So I'm going to focus on this part because it's darker than that part, but this whole section is still going to be in our dark parts. And don't forget to look at the entire piece, because sometimes, I'm going to be making this all dark, and it's a big piece, it's on a leg, it's something large, and sometimes you can start to second guess yourself, like, oh man, this is a lot of dark, but in comparison to the whole piece, it's really not a lot of dark. So we're going to trust in the process. So I'm going to be building this up, I'm just kind of flicking off. This is like an indented section in the pillar, so we're going to push that back. With some shadow. And whenever I'm doing these architecture style pieces, I try to lay them out like pretty simple. Make sure the perspective's right, make sure everything is following that perspective that you've chosen, and then you can kind of add in details from there without going super crazy. So like even having, this slight indent, which looks pretty simple, I'll get this developed in here a little bit more. I'm just trying to get kind of this same tone throughout of it. It's kind of a slow process. But sometimes you can add like fades within fades, or you can just sharpen certain things and it'll make it look, pretty detailed without going that complex. So even on this, like if I come right up to the border here, and I just add like a small shadow, this would be considered like adding a detail. And it's nothing crazy. I'm not doing a new structure, a new piece, just adding that in there. Can do one on the top, because the light is above us. So these are kind of like the details you'll see me adding in these pieces. Back in the day, I might try to add like a whole ornate thing going through it or something in there. And you can do that, but I think it's a little unnecessary. And a lot of times, like in this piece, the architecture is like secondary. So I don't want to go too crazy with it, or it'll distract you from our main subject, which is the gargoyle. So my goal is just going to be like clean and simple, so that you can see I've taken the time to produce a good tattoo with the architecture, but I haven't gone like so crazy. Like I'm not trying to like show off or anything where it's going to completely draw your eye away from the main subject. If the whole thing was just architecture, it might be a different story. You might see me adding extra things in there, or like little, ornate details or ornaments throughout the piece, like really showing off, because that's all we would have. But in this case, in this particular piece, the subject's a gargoyle. So I'm going to leave that kind of stuff for the gargoyle.
I'll stream for free with a few ads, like this one. Now what if your phone service worked the same way too? TextNow offers unlimited talk and text plus essential data for free. How? Simple. Advertisers cover the costs so you don't have to.
Reba here, back to tell you about Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings monthly, you can find your dream home today. Well, isn't that cozy? So work with number one and make it real with Realtor.com.
It's more than an SUV. It's your Chevy Equinox EV, going further on a full charge.
24
24-hour moisturizing body wash that locks in 7 times moisturization.
And about half the ingredients of my old body wash.
Clean moisturizing body.
An undisturbed sleep is a beautiful thing. That's why a Beauty Rest mattress is designed to give you unparalleled.
So remember, on the bottom here, this is our darkest section. So everything above it is going to have to be lighter. And that's why it's really good to have that section be pretty much black. Because if your darkest section in your tattoo is not black, your grayscale is going to look skimpy. So, like, I'm going to have my details in now and help the mag. Make it look like black, really dark. And it'll give me more leeway in my grayscale and my ability to stretch out the scale and, have a mid-tone section. And it's okay to put your whole grayscale in and then come back and make things black. If you're not sure, you can always go darker. This was something I did a lot in the beginning. I would kind of shade the whole piece and then go back at the end and do things like what I'm doing now, making things darker. I'm just pretty comfortable with my own grayscale value system, so I don't mind just doing it now. Cool. So now we're going to move up to the section above. I'm going to put a nice drop fade here. This will be dark. So I'll check back with you guys in a little bit, and we'll move to the mid-tone section. All right. So take a look at this, guys. We have our dark section in. It's very dark. It's not black. Certain parts are like solid black, like around here, but all this is a very dark gray. Now we're moving into our mid-tone section. So really all that means is I'm just not going to shade it as much. Still going to put in the details the same way. Just at the end when I end up shading all over, I'm just not going to make it as dark. We're going to keep it that middle tone section. So I just wanted you guys to be able to see the process on this piece. So I'm doing the same thing that I did on the first one. I'm going in, put the details in, then I'm going to whip off that center point, put that big shadow on there. And then I'll saturate the whole thing. And now I'm just hitting this little ledge here. Do a little shade on the top and the bottom. Looking out for my dark point. I am bumping the contrast a little bit. My client is tan. I want to make sure the blacks and the solid, the contrast is turned up a little bit more to kind of go with the skin complexion better. So my little details at each end of that. And then we'll shade it out from the center point. Kind of saturate the whole thing. So like this, I want to make sure my details and shading are lighter than my lower section, because this is the mid section. So I have a good comparison on where to gauge or how to gauge how dark to go. And we're going to be checking back and forth with that the whole time. And you can always make tweaks. So like let's say I ended up making that too dark, right? Like, oh, it's in my midsection. I want it to be a little lighter. You can always come back in and make the area below a little darker to get that to stand out. Not that I think I needed it, and I just said it just with a wash, but, it's a little trick just in case you make it too dark. It's always good to kind of go back and revisit some of the shapes that you've created and make sure that they're clean and precise. This is why I kind of like layering in all my pieces. It allows me to revisit the areas just to essentially double check everything. So cool, we're getting a nice middle tone in there that I like. It's not too dark, not too light. Just gonna feather this line in. I'm starting to lose it a little bit. I don't want to lose the line if we don't have to. I'm going to come over to the face, the other side, press this initial shadow down. Kind of just flicking down in the ledge. Right above this is a little lip on the ledge here. We're going to let that be a little lighter so it looks like it's protruding. I'm going to redefine this outer border. And then I'm just going to begin to pull the face down by flicking off that same line at the top and just extending my reach. And then I'll continue this over and over again until the fade goes to the bottom. So we're at the end of the first session. Let's take a look at what we got so far. We got in this pillar that I was breaking down for you guys earlier. You can clearly see the 3 sections following the 3rd rule, right? This golden rule we're talking about. The bottom is dark, you know, in that black range. We have our midtones here, and then we have our light up top. So to me, this really separates the piece. It makes it easy to take in sections. We'll be continuing this. We started a little bit on the body up here. Tomorrow, we're going to be moving all the way up, and you'll be able to see this reflected in the gargoyle and then also in the architecture. So great first day. I'm going to wrap this up using the pad system. You guys see me do this all the time with the back-to-backs to save the stencil. So we'll get into this tomorrow. Today is day 2. Last night we wrapped them up using the pad system to preserve the stencil. Let's cut it off and check it out. He changed the design mid-tattoo. You may have noticed the face and the design changed. And I wanted to talk about this for a second because first off, it did. Your eyes are not fooling you. We changed the face mid-tattoo. These things happen. It would be completely ideal if every tattoo, you designed something, you showed it to someone, and they said, yes, run it. Not reality. Things change. This was one of the hardest things for me to adapt to as an artist. It happened today, so this is a perfect example of, to talk about. I remember in the beginning when these things would happen, people wouldn't like the idea I came up with or the design. You get frustrated. And I think the best thing you can do is not show your frustration. Having gone through this hundreds of times, people changing designs before, after, during, for me, the best thing to do is get to the acceptance part as quick as possible. Okay, not my first idea. We're gonna go with plan B and just adapt. So the client had asked, can we change the face during the tattoo? So we'd already been tattooing for several hours. Not ideal, but what can we do? We're the artist, we're the professional. We ran through some options. I did my best to find out exactly what he wanted changed, created a new design, wiped off the stencil just a little bit around the face with some alcohol, traced out a new one, got it sized, replaced it. So we're at day 2, working on the same tattoo with a new face and just making the best of it. If you guys want, I can make an entire video on these situations, on changing design, not ideal, changes specifically. Let me know in the comments. Let's get back to the tattoo. All right, we're going back in today. So we're gonna apply our thirds method to our gargoyle. So let's see, I'm just gonna start with the lightest points. I know some of this has already started, but like our light points, like our here on this muscle, here, on the shoulder here, also in the neck, and then like this whole side of the face, right? Our mid areas are gonna be, actually the neck is like a dark area, so this is gonna fall in our dark. Our mid is gonna be all this chest and that other shoulder, and then you can see in the back here is a lot of our darks. So like his other leg coming here, there's like belly, we have a knee back here that's more in the mid. But we're gonna start breaking these up, so I'm gonna like brush black over this whole thing so all that falls in the background now that I have the details in. We're gonna make this part fall back to accentuate the shoulder. So that'll all be like dark mid. That'll be dark. And then this, we're gonna brush down our mid. And then the neck will be dark. So what's that gonna do? That's gonna pop out this arm, the head, and the top of the neck. That's all we want. Everything else I'm gonna push into the background. So we'll have our darks here, you know, our mid on the chest and this arm. We will have some darks and stuff in the head, but I want the shoulder, arm, top of the neck, and face to pop. So as soon as they look at it, those are the things they look at. It's gonna make it look dynamic. So let me get some of these mids in here. We'll put the dark in the face. We'll start sculpting our arm and break up these sections into thirds. Alright, so let's break down the body a little bit. Come over here and take a look at what we got. So same concept, right? We have the dark back here. We move up to the mid section. We have our light on the arm, the face. You might notice the face is a little different. We did decide to change the face. So what that entailed was just kind of, you know, wiping away the old face, stenciling in a new face. Head and body are the same, or neck and body, I should say. And then we just applied the same rule to the face. As you can see, like on the bottom, you know, kind of darker, and as it gets closer to the light, lighter, right? The key elements are going to remain light so that you look at it, cool, I can see the bridge of the ear, I can see the bridge of the face and the kind of the snout. You know, we have the eyes, so all those things pop up. I left little skin breaks in between the shoulder and the neck so you can see where the jaw ends. So with this face, we're going to have light coming from the eyes and the mouth. And the only way to achieve that is to have it surrounded by darkness. So it's just going to kind of leave us with a darker face to be able to capture that effect. Now to counteract the dark face, we're going to leave a lot of this ridge here on, you know, the top of the head, the brow, and to the snout white. But to do that, we'll have to have some kind of background out here, you know, to show the negative space there. So I'm just going to be lightly feathering in. You can see I already, you know, started to do this on the side here, and it really brings out this like beak snout. And then the final step is applying this, you know, to our background. You can see I've already started here in the back of the wing with the solid black. You know, these out here are going to be kind of a mid, and then we'll have a light, and we'll probably bring it down fade so that some shading can meet this face and accentuate our highlights on the face. Dark, medium, light, dark, medium, light, dark, medium, light on the body, on everything. We're just continuing this pattern. We're kind of having this single focus of where the light's coming from. We are not far now. Cool, so we are putting the final touches on this piece. So we have our nice pillar here, you know, using our strategy in thirds, dark, medium, light. We have gargoyle here, dark, medium, light. It's not as simple as the pillar. The pillar, it's really clear. Like here's our dark, medium, light. With this guy, it's more dimensional. You know, it's like light, medium, dark. And then we see the pattern repeated here, dark, medium, light, right? When we're combining these elements, you know, we're trying to bring light, you know, close to dark, light, close to dark, vice versa, dark, close to light, right? So when I had to emphasize, like, for example, this back of the shoulder, you know, I would flick up and off to build the contrast. So we have the light next to the dark, pushes the light forward. If we don't have that, things can look flat. Even light shades down here, you know, by this dark face and shoulder to look nice, help develop dimension, also to make this, or to remind you that this is coming forward a little bit because of our forced perspective. A little white in here just because we do have a glow effect, or an unnatural effect, right? So I use white to do that a lot. I had him hop down for a second so I could take a look at the tattoo standing up. There are a few spots I'm just gonna hit. I'm gonna be defining the shoulder a little bit more. You know, I came back, make sure all the blacks are black. But we're getting very close to finishing this guy up. So let's get in some final touches and then we will photograph this thing. So this rule of thirds, I strongly suggest you try it if you're not already using it in your black and gray work. This is something that is incorporated in all of my tattoos. All of mine are black and gray. You start using it yourself. It's easy. The way that I would start is just identifying the 3 different sections, and it could be overall in the tattoo. So let's do it with this one right here. We're gonna find the black sections. We see him at the bottom on the pillar, we see him behind his shoulder in the top arch, and we see it on the bottom right portion of his body. Those are our darks. Our midtones are the midsection in the pillar, you know, his distant arm, chest, and then the inner face of the top pillar, and then the lights. The lights, the edge of the pillar, the shoulder to the bridge of the face, and the outer part of the arch. So if you want to start applying this in your own tattooing, before the tattoo, in the design process, just take a look at your design. Do I have about 1/3 of black? Do I have 1/3 of midtones and 1/3 of highlights? This will create a well-balanced piece every time. You can then take it how I was explaining it by putting it in the individual subject matter, the pillar, the gargoyle, the arch, right? And if we have a nice balance in each item, it will remain balanced throughout the piece. So good luck. Let me know how this goes in your own tattooing. Try to apply it. See if it improves your work. Thanks for watching.
Secret clinical strength fights stress, heat, and activity, sweat.
When your question is actually a bunch of questions.
When's the best time this weekend to host a backyard barbecue? And what's something impressive I can grill that I don't have to stand right next to the whole time?
Just ask Google.
Today is a great day. We are tattooing one of my favorite spots. Can you guess what it is? Head and face. Doesn't get much better than head and face. We're doing castles. We're doing the side of the head onto the face. So a lot of times with this concept, I like to go around the ear. So we got them shaved and prepped. This is the design. The ear is kind of like our centralized point. So everything is coming back to the ear. It's going to go very nice around the head. So it's going with that natural flow of the head. And then we're really paying attention to these last like 3 or 4 spires on the end, because that's what's going to be coming onto the face, right? So it'll be fitting very similar to this. The head's like a really interesting spot to work with. It kind of has this like tough, fatty skin. So I'm going to be doing a lot of line work to hold up, you know, in this area and like look good beyond the ears. So we're going to be focusing a lot on line work today. So we're going to get the lines in. We're going to be bouncing between 2 different line weights. We're going to keep it simple. Try not to go too crazy on the head. Once we get the lines in, we're going to walk through, you know, filling it in, shading it. This is a completely original design. It's a castle. Most of the castles are. So I'll be making it up as I go, and I'm going to be saying out loud what I'm thinking as I'm making it up. So I'm thrilled. Today's going to be a great day. All right, so we're getting into the line work. I'm going to be using a 7 and an 11, tight 11. So I'm going to be laying out most of the tattoo in the 7. 7 liners for me are a little thick compared to what I normally use. However, with the head and wanting it to stand the test of time, I'm more comfortable using the 7 for my thin line. And then my thick line will be the tight 11, which I'm only going to use on some buildings, and I'm going to do this to bring certain buildings forward and leave certain buildings behind. So the line weights are going to help create some depth and separation. So we're going to be running through with the 7 first, and then we'll come in with the 11 when needed. So a lot of times with these, just to test the line, even though it's a line I've used 100 times, I'm going to come over here. Make something a little bit more in the piece. So we kind of get our test. That lets me know what our lines are looking like. And then I can be confident in that. It looks good to me with the 7. It's almost like a test area. So now we are good, and we're going to start running through the piece. I'm paying attention to my depth, my speed. Right now I'm working at 5 volts. I'm pushing my lines forward with the face of the cartridge forward. Right, I'm not pulling back. The head can kind of act like the ribs sometimes, and what I mean by that is your lines can like appear smaller. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced that, where you go to use a 9 and it ends up looking like a 7. So you want to make sure you're getting a really good stress. One thing I love about the head is most of the time it's already stretched for you. It requires very little stretching. So for me, that's like a really fun area to work on. It's really nice that the whole body is just stretch me all the time. Maybe I could get Cam to do that for me. One thing about kind of drawing these from hand is you're really familiar with the design. So there's things in the stencil that might not translate as easily, like the point of this building, kind of remembering there's like a little accent piece on the top is helpful. So I have about half of the head lined out in my 7. Now I have my Type 11 out. I'm going to start separating. So this is like one building here with the 4 to 5 spikes. I'm going to put a thick line around the whole thing to separate it, to kind of like bring it forward. So what I do is I line the whole thing out in the 7, and now I'm coming back into it with the thicker line. And this is going to put a border around the whole thing to help show you where it starts and ends. And kind of give it a little more attention. So that's what I was talking about in the beginning, that I'm going to use this secondary line weight to create some separation in the building. So you clean it off very well so you can see the true lines that you're working with. And then we come back in and I'm moving nice and slow with the bigger line so it has enough time for all of its needles to catch the skin. With the second pass, you can also clean up your previous lines. So, you know, if you have like a little squiggle or something like that, use the thick line to mask it. So I'm just going around the outer border of the castle, slow and steady, because this is like our final line, right? So this one I really want it to be perfect. To me, this is one of the most fun parts, because like your line's already in there, you're not going to lose your stencil. It's bold, so that's fun. With this line that I'm on right now, it tapers all the way down to the bottom. I'm not going to run my thick line all the way down, but I'm going to taper it right out into the skinny line. That way it doesn't get, if I ran all the thick lines down to the point where they end, there'd be like a lot of dark, a lot of blackness. I think it's a little cleaner to taper it out. And I always keep the skin, especially with the head, as clean as possible. If you get too much ointment or like gunk up on it, it can make your hand like slide around. Especially with pulling lines, you know, it's getting a little slippery. You can wipe it, you know, or you can always take a paper towel and put it down. It'll grab onto the hair follicles, you can rest your hand that way. So whatever you do, plotting your course, make sure you have a good, make sure you're comfortable. If I ever feel like my hand's sliding or wiggling, I always pay more attention to that than the line itself, which is not good. So we're leaving all the internal lines, the true 7, and then we're just adding this thick border, which is a tight 11, but could be compared to like a 9. As I said before, the head likes to eat up the lines, kind of similar to the rib cage. So you really do want to pay attention to your line work, just on this body part, you know. Nothing wrong with going back into a line to make it perfect. This long border. You're going to taper it right into itself. Cool. That's why it's this cool border. It's not like too drastic. It's nothing like crazy, but it just creates a little bit of separation. Alright, and you can see I did that already with the one next to it here. You know, this one, looking good. And if you wanted more separation or you wanted it to be more drastic, you know, you could just put a thicker line. So we're going to be continuing that pattern, running through everything with the 7, putting some bold borders on the ones that we want to stand out a little bit more. Start building the city. So we made it to the fun part, the shading. We got all of our lines in. If you get your line work nice and clean, it's like 80% of the battle. I mean, it's just so important to like making or breaking the tattoo. So we took the time, you know, to get them in there, get them clean the way we like it. So, and it just makes the shading so relaxed. Especially with these thicker lines, they're almost like bumpers. You know, I just go from one to the next, as you see me right now. And like I said in the beginning, I'm just kind of making it up as I go. You know, I don't have a reference for the shading mapped out. What I do know is that I like the tops to be dark. So when doing so, you know, I'm starting with the top, making it dark on all these buildings, working our way down the structure. So I'm just doing like one at a time. And then if it's split in the middle like this one, I'll usually favor a side. In this case, I made this side light, which is the right side. And any buildings that are split like that, there's one over here, I'll do the same. So it's like they're all having the same kind of light source. So with this one, you know, I have these kind of little parallels on the outside. And I'm kind of just doing this fade on the whole thing so that the tip is almost solid black. Now, how I'm going to decide what I do next will depend on this shade. And what I mean is this one's pretty dark, so the next thing to hit it. Here, I'll probably keep light, so then I'll go dark again. You know, I'm going to kind of making my decisions like that. So I just want to get this. So this one's going to, the next one is going to be light. I'm going to do the whole top. Pretty dark, higher value. We're getting that in. The head is taking this very well, so that's nice. I'm just using a 3RL per usual. I'm running it slow so I can kind of take my time and go back over spots. Also, I know all of these are going to be dark. So I'm going to do the same thing. Get a little fade in there. Dark at the top, lighter as it makes its way down. Whenever I'm doing these pieces that I just kind of making up as I go, I start with what I know, which is a lot of times the darks, you know. So I get everything that I know in there, and then I'll kind of make decisions from there. And this is very fun for me. This kind of brings me back more to like painting or drawing, just kind of sitting there and making it up. You know, a lot of times in tattooing we're designing prior to the tattoo, creating references, and then you spend most of the tattoo, you know, just really focused on the reference. So it's very fun to be in a style that
This is the best Chipotle order. I would like a bowl.
Triple wrap.
Mild, medium, hot.
Then dip it in here.
Sour cream inside the vinaigrette. 2 tortillas, if you know, you know.
Lettuce, cheese, waffle.
Yes.
Oh, that is good.
Sensitive deodorant with just 9 clean ingredients isn't a myth. It's native.
When I think about how I divide my time, it's very carefully. I'm Alex Diaz. I'm a professional marketer in Seattle. Thinking about communication can be exhausting. Sometimes you find yourself hitting a wall. And I love AI Compose because you write your intention and automatically this paragraph comes out that you can play with. It is honestly like magic. Grammarly will give you confidence that whatever message you're trying to send comes across as you intend. Download Grammarly for free.
What are you doing up there?
Oh, I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
Got another 14,000.
What?
Gotta go back up. Oh, 17,891.
Just hand me some commas and zeros.
Plus 7.
What?
Well, that's sweet. 25,000 more. Any reason why you didn't just go with over 100 million or even 1 billion visits a year?
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
That you just kind of be free, you know. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely a fun challenge in trying to get something to look like a reference. There's also freedom with doing all the planning and the work ahead of time, you know, and then you just kind of copy your plan or follow through on your plan. But once in a while, for me, it's fun to have a pretty loose plan, go in there and make it up. So we're getting these guys in here nice and dark. Yeah, I just feel like the dark tips look so much better than like leaving it open. And that is the main reason why I'm leaving them dark. These smaller ones, I think the base I'm going to leave a little lighter, and I'm going to show you why. So, kind of as it opens up on the roof there, we'll keep it lighter, because then I'm going to come and make these pillars the same fade. I'll do lighter on the bottom, and then dark. Almost like there's either a light coming from the bottom of the building. As we get farther away from the ground, it's darker. You can see this little fade being worked in there. Now if I continue that on all of these smaller spires, they almost look like arrows. The head can really hold on to the ink, so it's good to clean the skin so you can see what you actually got tattooed and what's just kind of stained on the surface. Also, it leaves it a little lighter here on the bottom of that like cylinder. So when I come into this area to make it dark, it's like nice up against that lighter area. So these are just kind of things that I'm thinking about. But then I also want to, on my next area, kind of continue a down fade, but I can't put like black right next to black. That'll just, we'll kind of lose it. So I think I need to maybe create a little negative space in between those. Let me get this area finished and I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to create a little negative lip here just to break some stuff up. Just kind of scratching in some really light gray there so I can see what's going on, and then I'm just going to flick down top of that line. This is going to give us some dark building, but also some separation there. Because if I just flick dark at the top, it would have like blended in too much. With this area, it would have looked just like one, you know? And build it up a little bit. And then we'll wipe it off and see where we're at. Kind of clean it up. Cool. So I'm very comfortable with like my setup, my needle, my tattoo and all that. So I don't mind leaving it a little bit messy. You know, maybe pieces where I'm not so comfortable, but especially earlier in tattooing, I would wipe it off a little bit more so I could kind of see what I was doing better. And that is totally okay. You take all the time you need, you make it as clean as you need to be able to see what you're doing. Just because I'm leaving a lot of ink on top of the skin doesn't mean you have to. And then these same things that I'm describing to you are really just how I'm going to continue the rest of the piece. The things that are more in the forefront, I'll keep a little lighter. Things in the background will remain darker. We decided the tips are going to be dark, and we're going to start with those things that we know, and then fill in the rest accordingly, whatever makes the most sense with different contrast options. And using our value system, we're good to go. You can kind of get a little preview of how it's going to look. We'll continue these spires, get down, and start moving our way through the head. Which is nice. We're kind of like moving a little slow with it, but it's really smooth. So it was like halfway through the tattoo where I was like, should I switch to a 5 to like move a little bit faster? But I was just really getting a nice smooth look. So even though it's taking a little longer, I decided to just power it out with the 3. What I love about the 3 is you're working in such small areas. You really get to take a second and look at like every part of the tattoo, you know? Sometimes when I'm working with bigger needles or mags, it's easy to kind of miss like the really small details. Also, like with the 3, like I'm coming back in and I'll hit some of these lines, maybe that aren't absolutely perfect. So not only am I perfecting the shading, but I'm also like hitting the lines where I can, you know? Especially just being on the head, we're on the face right now, which in my opinion is just like the coolest spot in the tattoo. Anything on the face. I mean, what an honor, right? To change the profile of someone. This is my second time going through it, right? So the first time with the lines, get familiar with the piece. Now I'm going back with the shading. I'm catching any straight lines. You know, just making sure they're in there solid. Then I'll go over it a 3rd time. And that will just be get the blacks in. I might end up using a 5-liner for that, just to really pack the blacks, to give it that nice, vibrant look, that high contrast, the darks are dark, you know? So I'm just finishing up, getting all the shades in here with the 3, and then I'll come back in with the 5. The blacks, like I said, but I like this system I got going on. Go through, do the lines, you know, as clean as I can. Go through it again with the shading. Get a second look at the lines, and then go it a 3rd time for the blacks. And it's like, by then you triple check everything, you know? I don't know if you guys have ever gotten to the end of a tattoo. It used to happen to me all the time with mandalas. You like see like a little piece missing or something like you have to hit. That's the worst when it happens during the picture. So you gotta stop. You gotta stop the whole thing. You gotta tell your client, you know, you can't be a model anymore. You gotta go be a tattoo client again. You gotta hit it. Reset up for the picture. So I feel really confident at the end of this because I've gone through it 3 times, you know. Especially with pieces with a lot of moving parts, like a lot going on. It's always good. Always good to check it. So, like I said, we're almost done here. We have like 2 more little buildings. And we're going to be doing our final pass-through with the black. And then this guy will be part of the castle clan. We are done. Honestly, today was a pretty easy day. No issues at all. Wasn't too bad pain-wise. For client as well. This is feedback I get a lot on the side of the head at least. Top of the head, kind of different story, but it was pretty smooth sailing today. Let's take a look at the piece. So we got our final product here, yay! So, love the contrast. It feels like it can still breathe. You know, I left the windows open to help provide some of that negative space in there. we refer back to the thirds rule. We're looking in pretty good shape with that. Kind of a shortcut to keep that rule is I kind of did it like per building, right? By splitting them in half, by like chopping it up, leaving windows open, I was able to apply that rule of thirds. When I came back out and I looked at the whole piece, it was then that I decided to change up some of the buildings. You can see like this one here is pretty dark for the most part, this one in the background. So any background buildings, I kind of left a little more dark. Some of the foreground buildings are lighter or have big open window spaces, right? On the front of the face, we pulled the spires in a little bit, so we didn't go like crazy all over the face, but we have this nice lining up with the eye, this one coming down. I just kind of like those directional patterns. For me, it felt like they fit on the face. Not that I'll always line it up with the eyebrow, you know, but breaking it down. And I did all this through the iPad to have nice angles and like nice effects, you know, so we weren't guessing. You know, you can see like this one goes, if you draw a straight line, you know, to this one, you know, and we'll see kind of that pattern continued using a graph, right? So that's how I drew it. You can visibly see that on the head. It's nice, it's organized. Our eyes like when we see stuff like that. It curves very nice on top of the head. When we're looking at it from the side, we can pretty much see the entirety of the image and then worked it right down behind, you know, the tattoo he has. So it has some connection, which I like. You know, shout out to Ben Oz, friend, great artist who did the neck. But yeah, so we're done. Love how these things turned out. Kind of used the ear as a center point. So did not try to push back against the body. Used what it had, center point, continued the flow. Always looks good when you're not fighting the flow. So let's get some pictures, some videos, and we'll call it a day.
A better job, a bigger salary, a brighter future. There's more for you out there, and Google Career Certificates can help you go after it. So if you're ready to get a job you love and build the life you want, let's get to work.
Do you want a ding to your credit? I don't want a ding. So when I needed a new credit card, I went to Experian. See these cards with no ding decline? Your credit won't take a ding if you're declined, so you can apply with confidence. Get the Experian app now.
Today we are tattooing one of my favorite clients, Gonzo. So we're doing a wolf today. Last time we worked on this outer, and what's this guy again? Leviathan?
No, Jormungandr.
Jormungandr. Yeah. Oh wow, no chance I was gonna get that. So we have this mouth on this side, and then we're gonna do like this similar mouth style on the other side. So what I did was I printed this guy out just to get like a pretty comparable mouth size, and then this one will be going on the inside here so that the mouth's kind of like me, and we'll be doing a symbol on top of the knee. So we're gonna shave, prep the skin, and get this on. Take a look. So you might notice a change of scenery. We were at Borrowed Time today, as you can see. Model Citizen's biggest rival. This is the OG shop. We're here, or I'm here half the time. So we switch back and forth between shops. So I'm shaving, prepping the skin, get it ready for the stencil. We've done a lot of work on Gonzo, so we're gonna build up on this leg. You know, we reworked the sleeve, we did a whole new sleeve on top. Gonzo is kind to me, and he typically buzzes the hair down a little bit, so it makes the shaving really easy. And then we're gonna be starting on his other leg, which he had something there, and got a few sessions of laser. How many sessions? 3. We got it to a point where it's looking good. It'll be easy to put something on top of it, which is just such a great way to go about, I guess you would consider it a cover-up, but you get a few sessions of laser done, and it makes your range on what you can put over way higher. You're not like constricted by the original design or have to, you know, find a new design to match the cover up. Just get rid of it and then get the exact tattoo you want. And we're working on that tomorrow, right? Yeah. So we'll be getting into that tomorrow. We fucked up. I cut him shaving. So it might depend on the area you're in, but in Florida, the health department standards are once you open the skin, the station is open. So I just opened the station. Not to worry, it happens sometimes, you know, with the knee, especially on the calf, that thinner skin, it's really easy to cut. You know, I'll just kind of like let it chill. I might even throw some Vaseline, just wait for it to stop bleeding. Not an issue, but cool. It's begun, you know? Not that you shouldn't always treat the client as if it's open, but a little fun Florida fact. All right, come take a look at this. So I'm gonna try to match up with this mouth. So I just kind of drew some like guidelines at the top of the bottom of the mouth and the top, and kind of where I want it to sit. Almost like this is like hugging the knee, and we're gonna put a symbol in there. My top line is gonna be here, my bottom line is here to try to match this up. This is a little bit on the angle, so I'm gonna bring it a little more like this, just to even it out. So if you could just face me and stand inside, perfect. The first time, when I put the stencil stuff on and then I talked too long, and it dried out on me. Then I came back in aggressive the second time with way too much stencil stuff. Just trying to impress Fritz. Messed up the whole stencil, bled out. You gotta get that like perfect amount where it's like just thin enough where it's not gonna like make the design water out, but enough where it grabs the paper, especially with these printed stencils. It doesn't have as much of the purple. So you know you got a good stick when it's like kind of pulling the skin with it. See, it's like, it's nice and stuck on there. Yeah, it's like kind of giving back a little bit. So that's good, nice. So originally we were gonna put, you know, a big negative space image on the knee, but we found this image, it's kind of tall. So if we did that, if we made it like this big, we'd lose half the image, you know? So we just kind of went with this long look on top of the knee. We're gonna keep it negative. Obviously, to make something negative, you have to make the background dark. We don't want it to just be like only shading. I feel like it's kind of boring. So I'm going to take this fur texture and bring it all the way across, really dark. Leave this negative. Up in here, you know, I'll probably have some simpler style shading. I know on this guy here, we kind of have waves. Maybe I'll do like the waves meet the hair. Nothing crazy, but a little more detailed than just like simple shading here. And we'll leave this all negative, and we'll kind of have like a wavy kind of cap, not like a straight line. You know, we got a flow. It goes diagonal down here, diagonal down here. So maybe I'll kind of go down, come up, down, and then back up to keep some flow. So yeah, we're going to let this dry, and we're going to get into it. All right, we are about to start. I'm hitting this with pretty much the same concept as anything. Bottom, you know, right to top left, so we're going to be moving this way. We're going to start in this knee section. The knee is a really interesting place to work because you have like 3 different types of skin. In this case, we're going to have all different types, but this is really thin. This is kind of more thin to medium on the knee, but it also like slides around where this is pretty tight. And then this is thick skin. You know, so we're going to be really conscious of where we're working the whole time. And there might even be some times where I need him to bend to really get the skin tight at the top. So don't be afraid, you know, when working on the knee to move the client's leg in all kinds of positions to get exactly what you're looking for. In my case, our design and concept is pretty simple. I'm almost treating it like I would an elbow. I think you can get away with a little more on a knee than an elbow, but just to have something to compare it to. With this approach, I know I talked about it, we're going to do this symbol negative. So what I'm going to do is save our symbol. So I'm just going to start with just really lightly bloodlining the symbol. Now, this background that I'm going to be doing is going to be dark, so I don't mind doing a bloodline. If I was going to do a lighter background, I might not bloodline it because I wouldn't want there to be like any trace of line. But I do kind of prefer the dark backgrounds with leaving negative space or doing a design negative, just because the contrast of the dark background to open skin is a lot better. And then as I work through the background in this image, I'm gonna try to keep it simple, not just a plain fade, because to me that's like a little boring for an area this big. You know, I'll have a few layers of hair and waves, but it's gonna be almost like in big chunks. You know, so like here's a huge chunk, and then you can see I kind of like drew on a little bit. You know, a couple, every inch maybe I'm breaking it up with something, just to make it a little bit more interesting. If the image was a little smaller, I might, you know, do less in the background, but it's a pretty big space. So yeah, so I'll bloodline this out, and then I'm gonna get right into our background. With the knee, you want to get in, get out. It does get a little swollen. So let me get this bloodlined, and then I'll check in with you to start the background. Being pretty careful in this area right now. The stencil's like a little choppy because of like the knee folds. So when I find myself in situations like that, I'll just kind of like use little like blood lines, make it a little more clear, take a look at it, like it, run with it. You have like a little double line there. But it's almost like you're just sketching it out. Make it a little bit more clear. So as I said before, stencil, a little sketchy here. Make things a little bit more clear. Start to bloodline things I know. You know, good kind of structural pieces, like in the nose, cool, 2 nostrils, get that in. I'll just kind of like lightly shade it in. When you start to build those pieces and you can see the structure more, it's a little bit easier to find the other details in that structure. Way less confusing with kind of the blurry stencil we got going on. You know, looking back at your reference of the teeth, I was just counting the teeth on the stencil versus the reference. We're getting through. A lot of times I'll try to, if possible, attack what I think will be the most difficult part of the tattoo first, especially if it's stencil related. With tricky stencils, if I see something that's like fading or really not looking its best, I might go after that first because I don't want it to lose any more of its definition. And then you get through that, it's kind of like smooth sailing the rest of the tattoo. As opposed to starting with the easy stuff and dreading that the whole tattoo. We have a lot of dark areas in this design, so it is taking some time to get this in dark and like with the correct fade, especially over here because we're still on the knee. So, you know, I really have to be patient with the skin. It doesn't accept it, you know, as fast as other areas of the body. So I have to press a little bit harder to go over it a few more times than normal, but we're getting it in. And as we move this way, this skin is, you know, softer. It will move a little bit faster, but this right here, this is probably going to be the longest part of the tattoo. It's also the most detailed. It's the mouth. you know, so we're getting that in. We're not rushing, but I feel like I'm starting to.
The fantastic 4-in-1 pizza. Only $7.99 at Little Caesars.
Okay. Pizza.
Old Spice styling products are available in low, medium, and high holds to help you achieve the perfect look.
I've been all over this world. I ain't ever seen no magic like this.
What is this place?
This is Judy and Pedro. They just bought their first home and are learning a lot. Thanks to Google, Pedro knows more than he wanted to about gravel.
Oh.
And Judy wouldn't call herself a plumber, but she dabbles.
Wait, how do these things work together? Honey, I did it!
So far, if they've learned one thing about home ownership, is that there's a lot to learn. Good thing you can just ask Google.
Lose parts of the stencil, I'll just bloodline it, you know, because as I'm like working in this, these tones, especially the dark tones, that take a little bit longer. You know, sometimes I'll kind of accidentally wipe away parts of my stencil, so I do have to be mindful of that. It always happens with, you know, pieces that are a little more saturated. Alright, a little update on where we're at. I'm just kind of getting the mouth finished, tightening up some areas. Like the outside of this tongue. I just did the first pass in the mouth shadow. I did it with a 5RL liner, as opposed to like putting a mag in there. I feel like with the mag I would have been tempted to just like make the whole thing black, and I feel like it would have made the shadow just kind of look flat, like just this flat black area, and I didn't really want that, so I kind of faded it a little bit more, and now I'm going back with the mag to make it really dark up by the teeth and stuff. I'm not a huge fan of just like blacking out areas always. I never want anything to look like a silhouette or lazy. So now I'm just kind of coming back with the mag to bump it up a little bit more, but it's not solid black. Like the outside of this is black, and by the teeth is black to make the teeth pop. But as it gets like closer to the tongue, it's kind of like more of a gray. Using mag on top of this whole area because we have this cast shadow from the mouth onto the tongue right here, which honestly is like one of the coolest shadows. As the tongue gets back in this area of the mouth, it's like really dark, so it's like hard to tell what's what, and I want to produce that effect. So I'm gonna make the area where the tongue meets the shadow pretty hard to see, so it just kind of vanishes. But back to the cast shadow, so I'm gonna grab like a liner. I'm gonna grab a 3RL, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna dip in my black. You know what? I'm gonna dip in my ultra black. I'm gonna get wild for it. And I'm gonna follow the line of the shadow, and I'm just gonna flick up. What that's gonna do is it's gonna make the outside of the shadow my darkest part. Now it's kind of a weird cast shadow because what happens is it comes here and it goes into the tongue, but we have this other shadow going this way, so we don't want to get them confused. And then it comes on the other side of the tongue, and it goes like that. So we're starting to see it crystal a little bit, but what it does is it leaves the body, you know, mid-tone. So I'm gonna come back here. I'm gonna do it nice and kind of a little more deep. And then this crease in here is going to be getting darker, and it's going to lighten. And then I'm just going to leave a little space here. You can see that. between the outside darkness here, just so it doesn't get lost. So that's just to like keep some separation. Like look at that shadow. It's like this kind of harsh shadow. I think it looks very cool. I love doing these shadows. And really the key is just like flicking up. And I'm using this technique all over the mouth. I'm using it on the teeth. Here, same thing. You know, we're creating a shadow core. So I'm gonna do the same thing, so I'm gonna flick off, right? Because our light's hitting here, so the shadow is created there. So our darkest part is here. Look at this effect that it produces. I love this on my teeth. You know? I don't know, I just think that looks sick. Do it here too. Do it on all the teeth. And what it does is it lets the outside of the tooth have a little bit more light. So when we run it up against this black, you can still see pretty nice separation. At the same time, it's still darker than the open face there with the other side of the tooth. So it creates this really like drastic kind of dynamic look. So I'll continue this. I'm just kind of eyeballing this. This is like the fun part of the tattoo. Just making shit up. You can run it right into the top of the mouth. Go all the way up. Flicking off. It's really fun to do with a liner. Gives a cool effect. You know? Now those teeth I was just working on are a little bit more far back in the mouth. They're not really exposed to the light as much as like the canines. So after doing that, I am gonna just take this gray and just, you know, run over the whole thing, just so none of the tooth is like skin tone. And we have such a dark background that we're not gonna lose the teeth, you know, but it just kind of pushes it back. It doesn't steal the show from the big teeth up here, you know. Same thing, this tongue that we got going on, it's pretty light and it's kind of stealing the show. So I'm gonna just kind of run some gray over it just to push it back in the mouth a little bit. You know, I don't want just like glowing tongue. So nothing crazy. I mean, I am using black, but I'm moving my hand very fast. So what that's gonna do is space the dots out. So it's not going to create too dark of a tone, but it's just going to like mute this tongue a little bit, you know. So come up from the bottom a little because we're getting to the edge of the tongue. So if I kind of flick from the bottom a little, it'll keep that rounded look with the tongue, you know, and then also bounce it off the teeth a little bit. But cool, and it just, you know, it just pushes the tongue back a little bit. You know, as I'm working my way through the teeth, you know, I'm seeing they're pretty white, they're, you know, they're open, so I'm gonna start to just get rid of a little bit of that, just so they're not like glowing too much. I really want the attention to be like here on that tooth. You know, it's like up. So no offense to these teeth, but they're not as cool. It's a big one, so I'm gonna push them in the background a little bit. And they're just kind of graying them out a little. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. We are really getting close to the end here on this. We have the entire thing, except for that top here, framed out. So now we're just building the values. So this is nice because there's no chance of like losing our stencil. Change the positioning a little bit just to be able to expose this back of the leg. This skin is a little bit more difficult to work on than this front. Here's probably the nicest skin. You know, up here, down here, this is nice and tight. In the back here, in this like crease, you know, you have to be careful and be patient with it. And what I mean by that is, you know, I've just kind of been going over the areas I need to go over until they are the tone that I want them to be. And in these areas, it's taking a little longer than usual. But, you know, don't get discouraged. Just keep at it until it's the value you want. I'm changing between some needles. The 3RL I'm using right now is getting the job done. It's not causing too much irritation with the skin, which is great. Because as we get in this kind of back knee area, some swelling is expected. But I'm just trying to get these values close to where I want, and then I'm actually going to use a mag over top because I really want this back area to be dark, you know, and kind of highlight the frame on the mouth. I want everyone to look at the mouth and the eye, you know, so that's where we're going to be drawing the attention, which is pretty typical if a design has, you know, a mouth or an eye. That's usually the focus point. So I'm going to get this ear framed in, and then we're really going to use a mag, come from back forward, to get it nice and dark, kind of like how we have it there in the front. So you can see if we really built the value in the back. I did that with the mag. It was a little rough on our friend Gonzo here.
How you feeling, Gonzo?
Yeah. But it's looking great. You can see it's very swollen, like the skin looks tight. But we don't see any blood, you know, we don't see any like crazy redness, so we were able to get away with that, and that was really paying attention to the skin. It was reacting well, you know, we were staying on top of the skin with the mag to create that nice puddle, and just being gentle with it, because we were going over skin that I had already tattooed. Now we're just going to move into this knee a little bit. It's getting a little late, so we'll see how much we get through, but I'm stoked on the side piece. We'll make some connection points and coming close to the end. A long day, but a good day. Fritz is ready to go home. So we're finished up for the day. We got the wolf in here. It looks fucking awesome. I'm really liking the value it has. It looks very full, detailed. Doesn't, you know, have like a rushed look. Everything is done the way it should be. It has a good amount of open skin tone in the focus points that we want. We talked about like kind of the mouth, the teeth, the eye. We had this is a rune here. Yeah. Or at least rune-like. In the center, we were kind of running late today, so I just kind of feathered it in so we have it there. You know, eventually we're going to connect a little on the sides and brush that in. But we got it. We don't have to re-stencil, so it's time to clean up and get some pictures and videos.
U.S. General from Harbor Freight provides high quality and advanced features at a fraction of the price. From roll cabs, carts, and accessories, to tool organizers and part trays. Designed for everyone from the weekend mechanic to the accomplished technician. Integrated power, hundreds of combinations, backward compatibility, and customization. Available only at Harbor Freight.
Hey, so I want a new credit card to grow my credit. Now, Experian can help me find credit cards with no ding decline. Now, these cards won't ding my credit if I'm not approved.
No ding?
No ding.
No ding?
Get the free Experian app today.
Today we're doing some friendly fire. What I mean by that is I'm tattooing Nate, who works here. Please refrain from laughing, Fritz. We started this leg how long ago? Probably about a year. About a year ago, we filled it with a bunch of like kind of creepy, wacky, psych ward kind of esque photos, right? So we're just gonna build on top of that, come up the knee. It's pretty cool because he has only spots that are not painful at all. Oh wait, actually only painful spots left, but it'll be fine. So we're sizing it out. We got a couple pictures. We're doing kind of like collage style. So especially with this, it's like really form-fitting, so I'll just continue to change the sizes until we like how they fit. So, you know it's going to be a good day when you're tattooing your friend. How's it looking so far, Fred?
Cool. See it.
Take two. First try. Because I don't really want to put anything like too detailed on the knee. We've talked about this before. The knee and the elbow like don't hold detail the best, so try to keep things like simple in that area. But this is what I'm thinking. I mean, obviously we'll run it by Fritz first, but. Yeah, and I can keep the perspective, so like this kind of continues up this way. Yeah, cool. So Nate just changed the design on me. While Nate is drying, we'll talk about the setup a little bit. I have my Bishop machine wrapped here. This is the 4.2 stroke. And then this is a Cheyenne. It's an old version of Cheyenne. I played with it in the other video. I did like it. The motor was nice. I think this is a 4.0 stroke. So it's a little bit tighter than the Bishop, but pretty much the same. I have a bunch of needles out. The reason for this is I want to just try a couple needles. Like we got these new fire needles from Electrum. This is a 3RL, so I'm going to try that out. I also have a 3RL from Da Vinci because I know I love this needle, so in case this one sucks, I have this one out also. A 9RL, and then I have a mag and a fine 3 from Black Claw. And then I will break down the ink setup. It's the same every time, but just in case you missed it in some of the other videos, we're gonna have darkest to light, right? So I have my ultra black out, which is gonna be my darkest black. Cool. And then the standard black. It's kind of my sculpting black that I'll use will go next. It's plenty dark, but just a little less than the ultra. Then I'm gonna do a 50%, meaning I'm gonna fill the cap up halfway. And then the Allegory shading solution, the other 50%, so it's a 50% cut. And then just shading solution. So it's just a 4-tone setup. We keep it simple. I keep it the same every time. The less variables in tattooing, the better, the more consistent you can be. It also is helpful, you know, in case you make mistakes. When I was first using this breakdown system, maybe I would use my 50% on something and then it would heal and it would be too light. So I knew next time go back in with the black, and if I have everything set up the same always, it's very easy to figure out ways to improve. So these are the 3 references that I'll be using today. They were sent in to me by Nate. Him and I have been working on this sleeve for a while, so we both kind of know exactly what we're looking for. I'm gonna hit it with a photorealism approach, meaning I'm going to try to make it look exactly like these photos. They're a little bit grainy. They're kind of difficult photos to work with compared to a very modern, brand new, you know, portrait style photo. But I think that's what makes it fun. We're gonna try to give it that feel, this like old kind of, you know, photos that were taken a long time ago. That being said, I'm gonna throw my own approach by kind of fusing the photos together. They'll be like fading into each other, fading out. I did make some alterations, like with the 3 women in the box. We're only gonna use 2 of them because it fits in the space better. So these are like little changes that we made. So the approach is going to be no lines. I'm going to pretty much 3RL the whole thing. I'll use a mag for the solid black, which is very important. These old photos did not capture light the same way that cameras do today, so they're very reliant on the shadow. So these shadows I put in are going to have to be perfect because they're going to sculpt the whole rest of the piece. It's almost like they turn the contrast way up on these photos. So we are really, really going to make sure the blacks are black and setting up perfect frames for our highlights. So I'm going to start here because there's nothing on the knee, so I can freely move my hand and not wipe away a stencil, and then I'll just be continuing to wrap this way with that same approach of trying to save the stencil. So, feeling pretty good about this. I actually ordered a bunch of that Neuro gum. Have you heard about that?
I have not.
I chewed a bunch this morning. Did absolutely nothing, so I'm feeling pretty good about that.
What's it supposed to do?
I don't know, but I got tricked by Joe Rogan.
Is that Tat?
This is the best stuff in the game. I have no affiliation with this company. I pay for it in full. It's kind of hard to get. It's literally the best. It's just the best product out there. You know, I don't care what you think. It's the best. It's literally the best. I don't even like shout it out that much, but that's all I use. I bring it with me on the road. So I'm running this fire needle. So far so good. Looks pretty sharp. As someone that uses just 3 liners for pretty much everything, you become like really familiar with the needle. So I might be kind of a tough critic when judging 3 liners. So like I might say something about it like, oh, it's sharp, or it's a little skinnier than normal, or there's a little bit more flex. And if you're not using 3 liners all the time, you might not notice it. So take what I have to say with a grain of salt. Like I never use like 17 or 27 mags. So you could probably hand me like any 17 or 27 mags and I would just not really be able to know if it was good or not. So we're just kind of bloodlining this out here with a really light bloodline, because remember we're kind of going for that like realism look, so I don't want any lines in there. And I'm going to be doing some pretty light shading. The pattern, it's kind of like this old school illustration of a brain, which is kind of cool. You start to become familiar with illustrations on things, like, oh, there's so many ways to do it. It's kind of a weird approach. So like what they're doing is let me give you an example. So they're doing like a line, and then the line that they're doing is like black. They're leaving one side of the line open for like skin tone, almost like a highlight point. So in this one, it'll be like this side of the line here. And then they're filling in the rest like a light shadow, which is kind of cool. It looks like this is from like a textbook or something. So I'll show you. So I'm leaving that little gap in between the lines, skin tone. This needle is got pretty decent ink flow. And then the other side, they don't leave anything open. They just come right into the line. So we're not going. And you can see how we did that. We created all that with the shading. I just kind of like lined it out a little bit so you knew what I was talking about. So we're going to darken that, but you can see like it's like this is how it is in the reference. They do a harder line here, which I'm going to do like a dark shadow. I'm not going to do a black because I don't want it to like look like a line. It's not a perfect line. Like it's almost like they like flick out a little bit, like it's almost like a little janky with its shading. So I'm digging into the line and flicking out. And then they leave this skin tone, this highlight right next to it, almost like it would a pop, and then everything around it is a light shadow. So when working, especially in realism, I'll try to identify textures right away. So this is the texture that I'm going to be recreating over and over in the brain. So I'll kind of do one as I'm doing now. I'll get like a feel for it, and I'm like, cool, I like that. It translates, it looks like the picture, and then I'm just going to copy that all the way through. How you been, sir? It's always good to make small talk with your clients to make them feel comfortable. So when I talked earlier about the shadows, like we can look over here on the reference and you just see like the face is kind of like muddy. It's like these weird like shapes that aren't exactly what they are. It's almost like it's like bleeding out, like the eye is more round. She has this like crazy shadow on the face. So I'm gonna keep that. So we're gonna try to go for that. So even though this eye is like a little bit more big and round than like a normal eye, I'm gonna like leave the shapes, and then this is gonna be the big shadow off the face here, and then there's little parts where it's like darker in the shadow, like the lips. But overall, it's a pretty simple shape. Just this big shadow off the bridge of the nose is like right here, and then it moves down into the lips, and then there's just kind of this shadow over the eye right here, which is a little lighter. This is the dark shadow, this middle one, so we're going to kind of keep going over it, get it nice and dark, darker than the other shadows. And then you see the opposite side of her face, it's like completely light. You know, there's some really light tones in there that you could put it in if you want, just like right here. You know, a little one like crossing the bridge of the nose. But for the most part, it is skin tone, super light. And all the images we have are like that, these ultra high contrast, which can be very, I like it. I think it's fun, you know, to do that kind of stuff. But like how I'm approaching this is, you know, right here I have the dark shadow along the nose all the way down the middle of the face, and then the dark shadow on the opposite, and then it's a little lighter in the center. So that's how I'll approach it. So I did my dark shadow here, I'll do my dark shadow on the outside. I'm gonna flick in towards the face, so there's not like a hard cut, because it kind of fades in on the cheek there. I'm gonna get this nice and dark in the seam of the hat.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The McDonald's snack wrap is back. You brought it back. Ranch snack wrap. Spicy snack wrap. You broke the internet. Put a snack. Snack wrap is back. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Innovative ingredients shouldn't be exclusive. Meet GF 15% Solution, an advanced age support formulation featuring 3 next-gen growth factors. Science advances. Access should too.
This place ain't big enough for the 3 of us. Looks like y'all got a case of the zoomies.
Reba.
Have y'all seen the real view maps on Realtor.com? You can easily compare homes by lot size. Who wants to find their dream house? Realtor.com.
You know, we're starting to see this face take shape now. You know, and if you just pay attention to your shadows, your simple shadows, make sure you take your time in the stencil, getting them how you want. And then I'm going to go over the whole thing. So now I have dark in, and then I'm going to get that midsection. And the bottom of this shape is like a little darker, so I'm going to spend a little more time down there. And then this part of the eye. Yeah. So you can see now, you're going to have your dark shadow, a little lighter, dark again, and then that face is open. You kind of get the face there. And it's simple. It doesn't take much. It kind of produces that cool effect. You know, I'll add like a little bit of detail in there. Fade out a little bit of the black, make it a little more smooth. And then these dark shadows, like in the center, I'll make it like almost black. You know? So, early in the video I talked about the shadows and like how it's really going to make or break this whole tattoo. So you can see like there's not that much going on. It's like I have my like darks in kind of these like squares, you know? And that's the framework of this, you know, this piece right here. We see it a little more detail like in the face. But that's really all we got going on. I'm kind of taking it upon myself to add in a few more tones, and this is just kind of like an on-the-fly decision, just to bump a little bit of the value. I'll come in with my 50%, which is almost like a 2-drop, 3-drop, like with this 3RL, it's so light. Just kind of go over a little bit of the skin tone. My thinking on this piece and how I was like breaking it down for myself is I have these rectangles, and then I have, you know, the big rectangle, and then the top, you know? So the thing farthest from the light will be this, the smaller ones, because they're indented, so that brings it farther from the light. So I have these kind of being my darkest, you know, mid-tone. Then we have the big rectangle, so I'm just adding, you know, just a small amount of dots to make it not skin tone. And then I have this slanted face of this rectangle, and that's like really just faced at the light. So I'm gonna leave it skin tone, and then just make sure, you know, I have these kind of inner chambers here nice and dark, but it kind of, you know, makes it simple. That's how I figured I would do it. It was like, all right, well, you know, my dark squares, my another, you know, next darkest ones, then I'll just put a light wash over the whole thing, and then the lip, a mid-tone. So I just have a few parts to make up that piece. But it's clean. I'm gonna kind of work on this face. I know the stencil looks pretty weird. We're gonna get it going just like the other one. So we have that middle shadow on the nose thing. Just got a little nostril there. There's the lip in there. Then I'm gonna brush shadow. Assuming we know how to take care of these So it's a similar setup as the first one with the middle of the face dark shadow and then the back side of the head dark shadow. It's just the space in between is a little smaller and the back shadow is a little bigger, but it has the same makeup where we're just gonna run down the center of the face. We're gonna flick out to make our darkest part on the line. And then we'll fill in the center part after we've got our dark shadows. And now I'm just gonna build it up a little bit. This one almost has a little more of an eye on that side. I really need the dark parts to be dark for this effect to work. But I love how the other face came out. It's such a simple little technique that gives you exactly what you want. It almost ends up looking like a detailed project at the end, but it's just so simple. Then we have our weird eye shape on the outside here, light shadow up there. We got a dark shadow on this inner part of the hat, which locks in the mid-tone, or I'm sorry, which locks in this highlight on this side of the face. Starting to see it. This one has, you know, just a little bit of light tones around the chin to help shape the face. A little bit in the eye. Almost like we're working with just like optical illusion, just to make it appear face-like. I'll put a little on the outside just to show some curvature. And that's pretty much it. Super simple little face, gives us the result we want. And like, you know, all thanks to the stencil. I have this coming in here, which I am gonna mess with. And I'm gonna kind of just do a fade into that instrument. We're almost at the end of this, speaking of laughing and having a great time. There's a lot of black in this end part, but at least we're off the back of the knee. Doing this, like, x-ray thing. I wonder what this guy's pointing at. It's like a face. So I'm gonna brush this in, open it up, and then kind of fast track us with either like a mag or I think I got a 9 liner out. We are at the final stages of this tattoo. Right now I'm just kind of lightly grazing the background just to push it in the back. Background in the picture, there is a lot of like white, that like skin tone. I'm kind of bumping it up a little bit more than we see in the photo, just because it is pretty simple in the photo. So I'm just adding this here so I can really get this nice lip of highlight on this other guy's shoulder. I'm trying to accentuate some of the parts because it's looking a little flat, but I do know that's how the picture's kind of flat. You know, we're almost here. Try to wipe away some of that stencil so I can see the existing tattoo right here. And, you know, make sure it's flush with it, bring it down so it looks intentional, it matches up nicely. And then, yeah, just kind of bumping up this background a little bit. But we're right there. This is kind of like a nice read. It goes right into the hand. We have this light beam coming in, getting little faces. Just really using the tones to separate here. This coat is so wide open. That is kind of how it looks in the photo, but it just like bothers me. But I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm just gonna trust the photo on this one. Got a little collar here. But yeah, I'm working in light tones. I'm working in that the 50%. So I have this dude's face is pretty dark in the reference, so it's okay that it's up against the white. But I'm just gonna darken the whole face a little bit more just to try to have it stand out. So I got all the kind of stencil covered. Now I'm looking at the tattoo again. While I'm looking at it, I'm like, this looks a little flat. Can we bump up the contrast? So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just looking for little areas that we can improve. So I'll go through the whole thing and then I'll try to wipe the stencil off the best I can so I can kind of see our true tattoo, our true value, and then make decisions from there. Because sometimes, you know, it might look a little off and then you wipe the stencil and it looks good. So you're like, all right, cool, we're done. You know, so you just want to make sure you get it really clean before you start adding extra things or messing with it. So once your stencil's off, you're doing everything by eye. You don't want to fuck with it too much. There's definitely been times where I overwork it and I'm like, damn, I wish I didn't do that. So I'm thinking through every decision. Leaving like a little gap on his chin here. A little hard to see right here though. Into the neck. The neck has like a weird highlight. I think it's the other collar right here. And this is kind of like in the shirt. Get some shadow under these glasses. I'm going to reinforce the shadow there. Just little things. Little things that probably no one besides me will notice, but I'll feel better that I put it in there. You know, I know I've talked about it in the past, like revisiting the structure of the tattoo, bumping up the black, maybe adding little lines in on the glasses. This is just going to extend the life of the piece. You know, so it's never bad to check your structure. I mean, obviously solid black will hold nice with the tattoo. Like those faces on the other side that are really covered in black, they're just going to hold up forever. I think they're going to do little micro portraits that just look good for a long time. Well, we've come to the end of this story. Nate and I are both tired. Fritz is definitely tired. He worked a lot today. He did a lot of stuff today. But you can see, we got a bunch of cool shit on that leg. We got the tray thing. We have the mental institution. I don't know if you can see, there's like a bunch of guys in business suits holding down a person. Girl in the straitjacket on the bottom. What do we got on the front there?
This was straight.
Ooh, the one that got away. The wheelchair, the moving medical tray with all the little bottles on it. Yeah, this thing's shaping up pretty cool. I like this style. It's like fun, just slapping different things on there, and it just comes together nice. As long as you pay attention to your transitions, you're good. All right, great day today. More to come on this leg sleeve. We are gonna photograph this thing and wrap it up. Bye.
When you've got multiple parts, but need just one answer,
Wait, how do these things work together?
looks like you can just ask Google.
First off, I want to say thank you so much. We're celebrating the 10,000 subscribers. I'm thrilled. When we created this channel, we weren't sure the interest it would have. It seems like you guys are really interested. I love talking with you guys in the comments, learning about tattoos, teaching about process. I mean, this is just extraordinary. So thank you guys so much. I'm definitely checking the comments all the time to see what kind of videos you guys want. One video that was continually requested was how to make a stencil. A lot of people asked for more of a realistic design, so that's what I'll be going over today. So I'm gonna use the clown we created from the AI video as our reference today, just to keep that theme. It is kind of a realistic image. I like the image, so that's what we'll be going over to stencil. So I have my image in here. The first thing I'm going to do, because you know I'm a black and gray artist, is I'm going to turn the saturation down. So I have that. We have this guy here, and there's a few things I'm just going to run through really quickly on things I like to do with reference before we get to the stencil. All right, so I have my image here. I have the clown. I'm a black and gray artist, so I'm going to desaturate this thing. I'm going to make it black and gray. And then I always like to know where it's going on the body. So just for this, you know, I have the forearm pulled up. This would be the right forearm. And I'm going to have the image. And what I'm going to do is just kind of make it to size. Like, what would this thing look like if it's actually going to be tattooed? Now, what I like to do is kind of find what I think is my center point of the design. And for me, it's like right here with the face, right? So keep that in mind. That's like our center. So we're going to move that over on the body. So I would kind of move it more like here. Maybe scale it down a little bit. And then to check that, to see what it looks like, you know, I'm going to just erase the sides. Cool, and we're looking good. We're in this range. And this is kind of a method I'll be using throughout the tattoo, erasing the sides to see what it'll look like if it's wrapping. So, having that, we're going to, we have our image, you know, and we have what it'll look like on the side there. Kind of pre-plan this for you guys. Now it looks great to me. I think it could add a little bit. To me, this image looks a little bit flat. So something that I will do is I will remember my like flow points. And what I mean by that is, here, let me get this background a little bit gray so we can see. I'll do this with white typically. So the flow of the arm is kind of going like this. Right, so step 2, check our flow points. Step 1, put it on the body, make sure we like how it looks. Step 2, check our flow. And this might be the time that, you know, we're drawing either like some negative space stuff, maybe we're taking images that are relatable to the character and imposing them. And what this is going to do is create depth and layers, right? So I had this one like kind of pre-drawn, this little like squiggly stuff. And when I add this in, you can really see depth starting to form. And what I mean by that is we have, here, let me do this in red so you can see what I'm talking about. We have this in our forefront, this negative. Then we have our middle, which is our clown, our jester. And then we have even behind him in our background, you know, this one. I like to just add layers like that. When we just had the jester, to me it was flat, it was just the image. So little things like this can really improve the design. I don't want to focus on that stuff too much, but just, you know, this is my sped up process to getting to the final image. We created that in AI, now we're looking at the flow points, we're looking at how it fits the body, we're adding to this image, we're adding onto this image. And then lastly, I would check the light sources. So, I mean, I really do like the light sources on this, but what I might do is add, you know, a little bit to the nose, these highlight points, increase in contrast. Another way I can do this is messing with the curves, right? You know, I can make things darker, I can make them lighter. The image is pretty good for me. I did add a little bit, and what I'll do is I will kind of show these points, as you can see, are where I added a little bit of light, and then I added a little bit of dark. So I'll do the same thing with this. You can see these points flashing. Really though, I don't think the image needed much. That was just to show you guys. Also, check the light source at the end, make sure you like it, make sure it has good contrast. These are things you could just bump up in the tattoo, but sometimes it's a helpful reminder to do that. So let's get into the stencil. Now that we got our final image, you know, we got this guy, we love it, it looks great on the skin. When we, you know, erase it, it looks nice. Cool, all those points match to me. The negative space looks good. It looks like he's like in the arm. I love that look. Cool, let's get to the stencil. So, I'm gonna get rid of the body part. We already know we like this image. We're gonna make the background white again. We're gonna blow this thing up. All right, let's get into the stencil. So, what do we got so far? We have step 1, generate our reference in AI. Step 2, place it on the body, design it for that area. Step 3, check the flow of the body. In checking the flow, we can add the depth points. You know, we can put things in front, behind, make this image really dynamic. A lot of the times the negative space I'll use is really just the flow of the body. Lastly, 4, we're going to check our light source, and then we have our final image. So now we're going to get to the stencil. Typically, I draw the stencil in black, but today I'm just going to draw it in red for you guys so you can kind of see what we're doing. I'm going to be using the technical pen I have here, just because it tapers off at the end. It gives me a little bit more control. So I don't really think it matters where you start, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to find the shapes. What I mean by that is the shapes in the image. And I'm always thinking about how would I tattoo this? I tattoo, you know, the 3RL, and I layer things. So I'm going to be looking at my grayscale. So I'm going to start over here, and I'm just going to get this outside, and I'm going to find this tapered off shape here. And a lot of times I'm just like simplifying things, you know, and I'm creating this. See this like little line here. I don't always perfectly stick to the reference, you know, because sometimes there's all these like unnecessary details in there. I'm finding my own folds in these clothing, and as I break this down, you can kind of see the tones better, you know. This is a dark to light fade. dark to light fade. This is a dark shadow, so this would be darker than the surrounding. Dark, a little bit of light in the middle, back to dark. Mid-tone, light. When I'm moving through my stencil, if the tones are easily visible, I'm doing it correctly. You know, there might be like some areas where you're not sure how to stencil it because it's very chaotic. So start with what you know. And in those situations, I start with the black or like the dark parts. So I'm going to move my way through this. I'm simplifying. Look, I got a little triangle there forming. Anything that is like a dividing line, I always make sure I stencil. So for me, it's going to be these big folds. So it's going to be this one right here. It's going to be this one right here. And remember, like our images aren't always perfect. And they're not always 100%, you know, transferable into like tattoos. And sometimes you have to change it a little bit to make it into a tattoo. Like you might see things with like crazy amount of texture, and we might not have to do every little texture point, but if we can just do enough that you get what it is, using our blacks, you know, that can be the difference between a muddy, crowded tattoo and a tattoo that looks like it has texture. So we're building these things again. You know, you can see that this is dark. You can see that there's a cut right here, you know, cut right here and here. And we're just leaving ourselves like little notes for when we do the tattoo. Now, like I said, always thinking about how would I tattoo this. So this part that I just drew, I'll change so you can see. I would start in this area here because it's our darkest area. Then I would go over it to here. And then finally I'd go over the whole thing with my 3RL. And that's exactly how I would do that little fold. And to me it's simple. I mean, we're talking about 3 layers, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to simplify things. I'm trying to make it very legible for myself in the tattoo. There might be certain textures or things that you're not as familiar with that you might want to over stencil a little bit more, but then there might be things that you're really comfortable with, like just a clean fade, you know, like in here. So I might leave this pretty simple, like I'm just mapping out where the highlight is. There's a little shadow over there, you know, but it's pretty open. Over here, we kind of got this shadow. I'm just reminding myself that that area is a little darker than this area. Cool, so I would just follow that around for the entire like collar of this. We have our big negative space thing here in the forefront, so I'll just trace that. No tattoo, no ink will be in this area. So it's pretty simple. I did this kind of fast, so I'm going to change the shape a little. Creating the stencil is also a great time to improve things or sharpen things or change their shape a little bit. Like I said, references aren't always perfect. I end up doing this a lot with my castles. Sometimes things will just be off or perspectives look weird. I always do my stencils by hand. I know that there are apps out there and, you know, programs that will translate it into, you know, a stencil for you. I don't like that though. When I hand draw it, I become very familiar with the image. I can almost plan out how I'm going to tattoo it, which is very important to me. I feel like when I use one of those apps, I'm just like really going into it blind. Like I know how I tattoo things in layers. I know that when there is like a hard shadow, I'll flick off the shadow to create fades. And I like to be able to make marks for those things. What I mean by that is like right in here, this is a very like dark shadow. It's almost like a line, like now you pick a line. And if I'm going to be shading off this, I'm going to be picking into that line and flicking off. You know, with my 3RL.
Pizza! We're trapped by dishes.
Don't worry, they've got new Dawn Power Suds. It traps, locks, and removes 99% of grease, so it doesn't get passed from dish to dish.
Clean and stacked.
Like ducks in a row. New Dawn Power Suds.
Still taking yours?
Every day.
Nature Made, clinically studied probiotics.
Every bottle of McCormick is flavor sealed. For fresh flavor, everyone notices.
Fade your wrinkles, not your smile. New Rénergie CRX Triple Serum Retinol. Combining pure retinol, pure vitamin C, and X-peptide. For 100% renewed skin in less than 3 weeks. Lancôme.
We will fight it together. As a family.
So I want that line to be marked. So cool, I have my forefront image in there. Starting to shape some of this stuff. Now if I tattooed this, I wouldn't be making any lines in here. It would all be like shadows. But using dark shadows to show where things, you know, start and stop. I remember in the beginning it was very difficult for me to make the stencils. I wasn't sure how. I would see, you know, everyone does it a little bit different because everyone tattoos a little bit different. I could use a stencil made by like Joe or Nate, and I might look at it and be like, what the hell are these guys doing here? I don't even know what they're marking. Even in collabs, you know, I've seen people look at my stencils and they're like, why are you marking these lines, you know, instead of these or whatever. So it is a very personal thing. And I think it just comes from the experience of knowing how you tattoo yourself and like what areas are important and what you can make up in the tattoo. You know, you might be really comfortable with, you know, the shadows, you know, so maybe I only have to like mark this, you know, and this. Maybe you're uncomfortable and you want to mark exactly where the fade ends, you know, where midtones are. But I would definitely pay attention to when you're tattooing. You know, if certain thoughts come across, like, you know, maybe you're like, oh, I wish I made a mark for where that started. Or I wish I took more time to stencil out this texture. Or maybe I made it too busy. It's hard to see, you know, what's a line and what's not. And as you start to pay attention to these things, it'll help you improve on your stencil. And it's always a good idea, you know, even though everyone does it differently, to ask to look at other people's stencils, see how they choose to mark things. You know, I know people that only mark the black, like everything is off the black. I know people that start with the negative. My one buddy, like he really is just stenciling the negative space. So he would do something like this and then tattoo everything around that. You know, that's what makes sense to him. Where someone else, which I think I kind of favor this, you know, you're really just stenciling the black. Knowing like, okay, I'll just start with the black and I'll push my fade and create negative around that frame. All right, so we're at the face, we're at the hair. I just want to go over a few points with this. Hair, I'm not going for every hair follicle, every line in there. I'm really just going for flow on hair. I want to get the general direction of where it's going. I don't want to put too much in there. I don't want to make it crowded, because negative space in hair, dark points, like it just makes it look great. And if I fill it up too much with like midtones, I can make this thing look muddy. I think someone that does an amazing job with hair is Alex Sorsa. He puts like just enough in there to make it look realistic and represent the flow, but not too much where it looks like you took a liner and just made a bunch of like spaghetti. So I'm looking for these like hard cuts to show me exactly where the hair is going and how it's curling. And now I'm just kind of deciding like what I'm gonna make dark and what I'm gonna make light, like in the tattoo. So I'd probably make this dark. It gets a little lighter as it comes out. This dark. This is gonna be kind of like our lightest area. And then I would push this back just a little. Right, so this is how I would be like stenciling the hair. And then this is dark. It's simple, you know? I wouldn't leave those lines in, those like cross-hatching lines, but just to show you guys, here's another deep cut. Here's a deep cut. Now you can add these in here, but what I would do is I would just flick out with a 3RL, like that, to kind of make those lines. I think this is like a strap. So this like curly thing looks a little weird to me, so I might like change the shape a little bit of it. So I'm gonna get this outer shape and then it like folds over right here, so I would mark that behind the strap. I guess it is kind of cool, like weird little, like Tim Burton kind of hair. It looks like a little lopsided. You can change it if you want, or you can keep it, but let's just, we'll just map this out. I would, it would be like, this would be dark. It's kind of lighter right here. And then dark again there. Simple, simple, legible. Got the ear in here. Ears are always fucking weird. Yeah, frame up the ear. But yeah, hair. Hair we're keeping simple. Let's focus on the hair real quick. We have this light piece of hair right there. Dark here. I'm just keeping the shape. Like I said, I'm not following these follicles exactly. That's kind of shitty. Hold on. There we go. Cool, and like, look how simple this is. Like, I'm done stenciling that. When I come in, this would all be black. This would be like black or really dark. This would be our next darkest. And then here. And then this one.
Oh.